Master Yi asked Master Sima Dong. He was forced into the insect valley by the monks. You see, that's it, an old man in the crowd answered and pointed down to the insect valley. Yi Tian followed his direction and saw a middle-aged monk in strange clothes looking at the edge of the insect valley. Not far away, there were several people sitting with their knees crossed, as if they were using their mana to resist the miasma. I'll see. You'll wait to one side. Yi Tian takes back his eyes and tells him to leave here. The old man who just answered quickly said, Wait a minute, Master Yi. I have something to tell you. Speak. Yi Tian nodded slightly and stopped. The old man explained the strangeness of Changgu that he knew, and the content was more detailed than what he saw today, because although he was not from Sangsingdong, he was the elder of Lingchongzong overseas. Lingchongzong started with all kinds of strange insects, and it is good at breeding and controlling insects. The name of Changgu in southern Yunnan is because it is said that there are many strange insects in it. The successive masters of Lingchong's sect want to break the secret of Changgu and get some unknown insects from it. For thousands of years, many powerful people in the clan have come here to explore, hoping to gain something. Naturally, those who enter the valley will never survive. Those who didn't get in got some secrets from the valley. These are experiences gained by countless lives. Unable to explore the insect valley alone, the elder found Sanqing Cave, hoping to gain something with the help of external forces. After hearing this, Yi Tian has a general understanding of Changgu, which is an unexpected harvest. These are what we have learned in the insect valley over the years. Elder Yi, I also have a heartless request. Those monks in the square-inch spiritual realm have banned us. If we don't have too much trouble, I would like to ask Elder Yi to help us lift the ban, and I will be the only one who will be the leader of our ancestors in the future. With that, the elder looks forward to Yi Tian. Yi Tian Yuan's eye was shining, and he checked the elder's body. Sure enough, he found several black magic lines binding his heart in the front chest. This kind of prohibition is a very simple prohibition in Fengsuan spiritual domain, which is called mind locking. If this prohibition is not lifted for a long time, the mana will gradually contract until it crushes the heart and takes life. Yi Tian's eyes rested on the elder's face and said, It's not difficult to get rid of your ban. However, I once saw a disciple of Lingchong's sect who did evil before. His crimes are really shameful. Today, when your prohibition is lifted, you should swear with blood. From then on, Lingchong's sect can no longer do evil. Otherwise, not only will the oath of blood bite back, but you will also start to eradicate Lingchong's sect. The elder's face changed and he said, I'll take the oath of blood. Master Yi, please listen to me. The overseas Lingchong sect has always lived overseas, and basically did not land there except to explore the insect valley. But there are some sect scum, learn some insect control skills, betray the sect. What Master Yi saw may be the traitor of Lingchong's sect. I hope it's as you said, take a blood oath. I remember what I said today. Yi always said what he would do. Yi Tian didn't want to search for the soul of this man, he said immediately. The old man immediately spat out a drop of blood essence, hit it with a magic power, and said, There are 1,982 disciples of Lingchong sect. Since then, only Ye Tian's elder is the leader and does not do harm to others. If there is any violation, heaven will destroy the earth. After a few flashes, he flew into the old man's body and disappeared. When Yi Tian heard the elder's oath, he was a little surprised that the old man should integrate the matter of attaching to the temple into the blood oath. He must have the idea of being protected by the temple. But the initiative is on our side, and it's not too bad to accept this force. Well, not only can we not do evil things, but also do more good things. Yi Tian nodded slightly, then with a wave of his hand, a magic power penetrated into the elder's body and broke the mana prohibition on his heart. The elder just felt relieved. His original feeling of suffocation disappeared without a trace. The mana was checked again. As expected, the ban had disappeared. At this time, the elder worshipped Yi Tian with all his heart. He tried many ways to break the ban himself, but he could not achieve it. He almost speeded up the attack of the ban and killed himself. After the elder's prohibition was lifted, Yi Tian successively released everyone's prohibition. The simple prohibition was only a matter of minutes and didn't waste much energy. After everything is done, Tian reaches the peak, comes to the outside of the valley, shows his heavenly eye, and looks into the valley. At the edge of the mouth of the valley, there are colorful lines floating everywhere, as if they were programmed by a computer. They are extremely regular, as random as the field of immortality and death. This is also a field. Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each color line represents an element. 5 colors, 5 elements. While observing the structural changes of the field along the edge of the insect valley, Tian recalled the contents of the ancient book that in Yuanshan gave him. More than half an hour later, his eyes suddenly brightened, and he finally determined the domain name of this field as 5 elements heaven prison array. This array can be entered by external objects, but it is extremely difficult to get out. Unless you know how to go out, brute force will only backfire. After repeated confirmation several times, Tian stepped forward and entered the insect valley. Ah, Master Yi has entered the insect valley. On the mountain, an overseas monk exclaimed. What's the fuss? Master Yi is not an ordinary person. If he is not absolutely sure, he will not go in. The elder scolds, and his eyes stay on Tian. He is not sure whether Tian can retreat completely. However, as the elder, he still wants to let Lingchongzong have a sense of mastering everything about him. After all, he didn't discuss with anyone about the attachment to the temple, but made his own decision according to the clan's interests. The miasma in the valley is dozens of times stronger than that outside the valley. When Tian enters the valley, he sends a piece of miasma clearing pill directly to his mouth, which liquefies and flows into his stomach. The mind was open, but it was only 1 foot in front of the body. It was extremely repressed. In addition, I didn't see any strange insects in my eyes. Tian is on guard and goes to Sima Wukong and others. Sima Wukong sees Tian come in and slowly welcomes him. But now he is suffering from the miasma and his actions are affected. Master Yi is the lord of Miluo Palace. Seeing Tian's appearance, Sima Wukong asks tentatively. It seems that I am really a celebrity. Tian nodded and admitted, yes, in the south of Yunnan, you met his beloved Sima Xian. She asked him to come here to rescue you. Then he took out a pill of Qingmiao pill and handed him a bottle of mineral water. Thank you for your kindness, Master Yi. I once heard that I was lucky to meet you in the mirage. I should have gone to see you earlier, but I couldn't get what I wanted because of the trivial things. I'm very grateful for your kindness today. Sima Wukong took water and pills and kept explaining. Get out of the way. I'll see you and find the exit here. I'll take you out first. Tian said, let Sima Wukong go away first. In the valley, Tian's eyes spread out and looked at the lines again. More than 10 minutes later, he practiced the method in his mind again, and then he took the hand. A mana point is on a golden line. The golden line suddenly flashes and becomes much thicker. It breaks away from the grid and shoots at Tian. Tian's another mana still hits the thicker line. The line suddenly swings, turns upside down, and winds around a floating green line. The 2 lines wind together and turn into light gold. Then, Tian uses another magic power to roll a blue line, which is integrated with the previous synthetic line. After that, Tian made a series of moves. First he followed the 5 elements, then he reversed the 5 elements, and then he reversed the 5 elements. 5 minutes later, Tian's gesture suddenly stopped and let out a long breath. Under the eye of Yuan, there is a gap in the original colorful and uniform 5-element grid, which gives birth to a field gate with 5 colors mixed. Tian with a mana, a green would attribute mana into a secondary doorframe, inlaid on the field gate. From this door, you can go out without touching other places. Tian Chao pointed to the gate and said to several people who had come nearby. Follow Master Ye's orders and leave quickly. Although Sima Wukong was dubious, he still instructed others to go first. When the first person successfully went out from the gate, Sima Wukong bowed deeply to Tian and even said thanks. Tian waves his hand to stop him, and tells Sima Wukong the location of Xian in detail. Then he says, after you leave this valley, you can't enter the insect valley. Simo Yukong felt deeply that if he was not forced by others, he would not come in rashly. Next time, even if he was forced by others, he would not want to take risks in coming in. As a result, he readily agreed to drill through the gate of the field. Looking at the gate slowly dissipated by itself, Tian looked around and slowly went to the valley. According to the source of Heaven's Eyes, Tian carefully inquires into the valley. In the Insect Valley, although the terrain is relatively flat, not as high as the mountains outside the valley, there are also some hills with slight ups and downs, among which the vegetation is luxuriant and full of vitality. The deeper the valley is, the higher the grass is. Tian holds a fierce sword and floats 2 meters low. He flies slowly. The string in his heart is always tight. Maybe he would not have been so careful if he hadn't seen the contents of the strange insects and beasts spectrum, but the strange insects recorded in the jade slip, and all kinds of gifted magical powers, are really hard to guard against. In the Insect Valley, which is hundreds of miles away, you can't use your mind. It takes a lot of time to explore a little bit, which makes Tian nervous all the time. About 4 or 5 miles away, Tian's eyes suddenly coagulated, and the fierce sword in his hand suddenly patted forward. A 3-inch long transparent snake was patted by him. Is there a shadowless snake here? Tian only felt numbness on his scalp. According to the jade slip, this snake is colorless and transparent. It comes and goes like flying without a trace. It penetrates the air without any sound. It's extremely fast and contains strong poison. It's hard to prevent. If you don't use the source eye, you can't sense this kind of shadowless snake just by sensing the wind. Fortunately, the shadowless snake should be a young one, and its speed can't reach the level of shadowless coming and going. Otherwise, it's still unknown whether it can retreat completely. Tian is more cautious and follows the track of the shadowless snake being patted. However, he has not found the body of the snake for a long time. It's said that the power of one stroke is more than 10,000 caddies. There's no reason why one can't die. Even if the jade slips say that the snake is weak and boneless, as strong as King Kong. Earth Beetle. For the sake of prudence, Tian condensed 3 soil armor to protect his body and continued to explore. It's said that nobody has been to the Insect Valley for many years. There should be a lot of spirituals inside. Even if there are no spirituals on the outside, there is still one spirituals in the Insect Valley. This phenomenon is not normal. Just in doubt, Tian suddenly has a magic power, and the cloud catcher suddenly appears in the air. He suddenly holds it in front of him, then rolls back and stays in front of him. Tian Ding looked at a ladybug in his cloud shooting hand, and then put his right hand between his thumb and index finger. The ladybug is yellow with 3 black dots on its back. It struggles in Tian's hands, but it can't get rid of it. Is it a heartworm? And it's a Samsung heartworm? According to the Book of Strange Insects and Different Animals, this insect is a spirit insect. It can fly at a speed that matches the number of stars. After recognizing the Lord, it has a heart-to-heart relationship with the Master. Although it is thousands of miles away, it can be used as the eyes of the Master. What is seen in the eyes of the heartworm is what is seen in the eyes of the Master. As soon as you read it, you can go back. This 3-star heartworm is equivalent to the 3rd level monster level, and its speed is comparable to that of the Longmen monk. Maybe just now this insect was just passing by. He didn't fly with all his strength and was caught by himself. Tian was pleasantly surprised in his heart, holding the heart-connecting insect on his forehead, and a wisp of divine thoughts intruded into his mind. At the beginning, the insect still resisted, but Tian released a threatening emotion in his mind. Tian successfully made a soul seal in the insect's brain. Sure enough, after recognizing the Lord, Tian and Liangxingkong had a feeling of flesh and blood. The mind moves, the heartworm slowly flies up, flies to the distance. Tian closes his eyes, and a picture of the valley appears in his mind, which is just like the release of his mind. Tian was overjoyed that he had such a wonderful effect. Just this heartworm, Tian's trip was quite fruitful. After all, the range of mind is limited. If you put this insect thousands of miles away to investigate the enemy's situation, its effect is absolutely wonderful. Tian Gang is about to take back this insect. In the picture of the insect in his mind, there is another heart-connecting insect. There are 4 black spots behind this insect. 4-star heartworm. The heartworm may hover around its own 3-star heartworm, and then appear and disappear. No matter where the 3-star heartworm flies, it will follow. Tian's mind moves, and his mind goes, and the 3-star heartworm flies back to him. The 4-star heartworm followed and could be seen by the naked eye. Tian is ready. When the 4-star heartworm catches up with him, the cloud photographer makes another move. The 4-star heartworm dodges the capture of the cloud photographer. How fast? Tian secretly says that he can do it, and then he puts out 2 cloud photographers again. This time, he doesn't fight for the sky. The 4-star Lianqin worm evades the first cloud photographer, but finally fails to escape the second one and is caught by Tian. The speed is very fast, just a little silly. Tian smiles, and soon the 4-star heartworm has completed the divine recognition of the Lord. After that, Tian repeatedly compared the physical characteristics of the 2 Liangxingkong, which is a little different. The 4-star Liangxingkong is male, and the 3-star Liangxingkong is female. Let go of 2 Liangxingkong again, and the 4-star Liangxingkong goes after the 3-star Liangxingkong again. Tian goes over and helps to beat the mandarin ducks and separate them. According to Tian's idea, the 4-star heartworm goes to the distance to investigate the situation. Samsung is not idle, but is also sent to another direction by Tian. With these 2 heartworms, Tian is like a fish in the water. His vision gradually expands, and the 2 lines are parallel. The situation in the valley gradually becomes clear in his mind. All of a sudden, the picture in my mind flashed. Tian sent a command to the 4-star heartworm again. The 4-star heartworm flew back and adjusted the perspective according to Tian's requirements. Yes, it's the shadowless snake. On the branch of a big tree, a transparent shadowless snake was crawling on it, about half a foot long, twice as big as the one I had seen before. If Tian hadn't seen the little shadowless snake before, I'm afraid he wouldn't have noticed the big shadowless snake even though the 4-star heartworm had just flown by. The shadowless snake seemed to be used to the flying of heartworms. It didn't respond to the situation and still lay quietly on the tree. Tian feels the picture in his mind and ponders. Any spirit insect can be a spirit pet. Of course, he has to subdue the other and then surrender himself. Finally, Tian decided to have a try. The idea moves, Tian disappears from the original place, Fengdun and Insha are used at the same time, and quietly flies to the location of the 4-star shadowless snake. When it was about 3 feet away from the shadowless snake, the 5 shadow snakes seemed to be aware of something, and suddenly ran to the distance and disappeared. Leaf Day, a burst of exasperation, oneself all enough careful, still this result. The 3-star Liangxingkong also transferred over, together with the 4-star Liangxingkong to explore nearby. Tian's interest in this shadowless snake is stronger. Such an alert shadowless snake, if it can really subdue, will help itself a lot. About half an hour later, under the careful search of 2 heartworms, the shadowless snake was found by Tian more than 30 feet away from the tree. At this time, it has been lying on the branch of another tree, still lying there quietly. Tian doesn't act rashly. It's hard to find the shadowless snake. If he loses it again, no one can guarantee whether the snake will escape without a trace. Although there are 2 heartworms, it is not so easy to find a small snake within a 100 li radius. In my mind, I repeatedly checked all the information about Liangxingkong, and Tian finally moved again. He took out the little mirror spirit weapon and flew quietly to the direction of the shadowless snake again. This time, he didn't get too close. He stopped about 6 or 7 feet away from the shadowless snake. The little mirror aimed at the shadowless snake, and then a mana hit the mirror. A white light shoots out and covers the shadowless snake on the branch of the tree. Then Tian's cloud camera hands again and catches the shadowless snake in the air. The shadowless snake was shrouded in white light. Under the freezing cold, the body was stiff. At this moment, the cloud photographer had caught the shadowless snake and flew to Tian. Tian's right hand is 7 inches of the snake, and his mind covers the shadowless snake. The fierce intention of the wave spreads from the snake's mind to Tian Shenxi, and the snake does not yield. As soon as Yi Tianyi urges Shenyan, he turns into Shenyan cone and stabs the mind of the shadowless snake, and then the huge Shenyan gives up the attack. After such a stalemate for more than 10 minutes, the snake is still fighting. Yi Tian's heart moves. He releases Samadhi's real fire from the elixir field and wants to burn it to the shadowless snake. Shadowless snake's mind conveys a sense of fear. In addition, Yi Tian's divine cone torments the shadowless snake very tired. The shadowless snake finally converges its ferocity and slowly gives up its resistance. Yi Tian Shenyan left his mark in the mind of the shadowless snake, and didn't stop until he fully felt the snake's submission. Under the brand of divine thought, Yi Tian became the master of the shadowless snake. He could decide the life and death of the snake with any idea. Sensing the obedience of the shadowless snake, Yi Tian throws it away, and the shadowless snake disappears in front of Yi Tian's eyes. When it reappears, it is already wrapped around a branch in the distance. If you don't open the source eye, even Yi Tian can't easily capture the action track of the shadowless snake. Yi Tian thought again and passed it on to the shadowless snake. The snake's body bounced on the branch and disappeared again without a trace. Even his Yuan Tian eye could not see where it had gone. This time, Yi Tian gave the snake the order to show the fastest speed. As a result, the snake disappeared. Yi Tian could only say that the speed was so fast that he could not describe it. Because the speed of shadowless snake has exceeded the speed of Yi Tian's eye tracking. Another idea passed, half a foot long snake shadow flashed, wrapped around the branches beside Yi Tian, lying there motionless. Yi Tian is very satisfied. In terms of speed alone, it is estimated that even a monk and longmen can't avoid the snake's attack. It's just that the attack power can't be verified yet. After a little meditation, Yi Tian communicated with the shadowless snake again. The snake was lying on the branch. The transparent snake's letter was unsteady and hissed in its mouth. Soon, another transparent snake's shadow came from nowhere, as if it suddenly appeared beside the shadowless snake. It's the little shadowless snake Yi Tian met for the first time. Yi Tian gang just had an idea, let the shadowless snake greet its partner, did not expect that this sudden fantasy actually realized. A magic power hits the small mirror lingbao that has been prepared for a long time. The cold light shines on the snake. When the snake is slightly stiff, Yi Tian grabs it in his hand. Then he felt the fierce intention coming from the big shadowless snake's mind. Yi Tian was afraid that the big snake would turn against the water, and his mind brand vibrated, which suppressed the fierce intention of the big snake. He just began to brand the spirit of the little snake, which was shorter than subduing the big snake, but Yi Tian was careful to guard against the danger that the big snake might bite back. Finally, Yi Tian took a long breath and threw out the little shadowless snake. The big shadowless snake coiled on the branch of the tree nodded to Yi Tian happily to express his gratitude. Yi Tian seems to understand that there may be a blood relationship between the big snake and the little snake. It is likely that they are mother and son. It seems that in the future we should be more careful, at least avoid the big snake. If you see yourself doing something to his son, the snake will not be able to do anything. Next, Yi Tian is more and more careful. He sends 2 heartworms to explore in different directions. 2 shadowless snakes follow him and guard against all kinds of sudden dangers at any time. Just found out the distance of more than 300 meters, Yi Tian suddenly changed his face and disappeared from the original place. At the moment of his disappearance, a giant shadowless snake with a length of more than 1 meter flew to the position where Yi Tian gang was. The snake's tail touched the ground, the snake's body stood upright, the snake's head raised up, breathed the transparent snake letter, and flexibly rotated around to watch. Yi Tian, who was 5 or 6 meters away, dare not move. This shadowless snake exudes an extremely dangerous smell, and even has a light weight. If it wasn't for his heavenly eye, he might have been attacked by this snake. According to Yi Tian's experience, this shadowless snake has reached at least 4 levels, which is equivalent to the level of the monk's golden elixir realm. What will a shadowless snake like this do if it is taken as a spiritual pet? Yi Tian's heart is full of many beautiful visions, but he also knows that this idea is extremely dangerous. Seeking wealth and danger, Yi Tian steals and ponders in situ for a moment, but decides to have a try. This 4th-order shadowless snake has not found itself up to now, which at least shows that Feng Dan and Yin Sha can fool each other. After thinking about the action plan, Tian takes out a talisman for the dead. The small mirror spirit weapon aims at the fourth order shadowless snake, and a magic force hits the small mirror. However, as soon as his mana was sent out, the fourth order shadowless snake seemed to feel something, and suddenly disappeared from the original place. A transparent white line came straight to Tian. Tian whispered that he was not good. A flame replaced his position, but he changed his position in a flash and avoided more than 10 meters away. Before the fourth order shadowless snake is about to put down the burning flame, it suddenly makes a strange turn and shoots straight at the place where Tian stays. The speed is incredible. Tian puts out the red stove which is burning. He shifts his position in front of him. At the same time, an idea passes and sends it to the big shadowless snake. The big shadowless snake immediately hissed for help, then the fourth step shadowless snake shot back, gave up the pursuit of Tian, and returned to the big shadowless snake. Tian secretly said that it's dangerous to change position continuously and stay away from the fourth order shadowless snake. If he hadn't reacted quickly just now, he might have been injured by the fourth level shadowless snake. This shadowless snake is too high in level and speed, and even the small mirror can't work. If he uses other attack means, I'm afraid it can't work. After staying away from the fourth order shadowless snake, Tian left a heartworm nearby and continued to pay attention to the situation there. The fourth order shadowless insect stayed there for a moment, then the figure flashed, and Tian couldn't trace it anymore. After carefully observing his surroundings, he didn't find the situation of the fourth order shadowless snake. Thanks to his wit, he played a family card and turned the fourth order shadowless snake back. Otherwise, it's hard to say what the result would be. Since Tian knew that there was such a thing in the Insect Valley, he was more careful. After a period of time, he transferred 2 shadowless snakes, one big and one small, to a place more than 10 meters away from him, and let them guard there. 2 heartworms continue to explore the Insect Valley. Tian makes up his mind that if he doesn't finish exploring the whole Insect Valley, he won't rush in. Stop, turn around, don't move. Tian uses Tian's eye to observe the situation around him, and at the same time he observes the perspective picture shared by Liangxingkong in his mind. Suddenly, he finds something and sends the Liangxingkong divine instructions. As soon as the picture turns, it goes back to the place where Liangxingkong passes. This time, Tian can see more clearly. Yes, there are several messy bones in the grass on the ground. Next to the bones, a Zumaji is lying there quietly. It seems that Tian should have been a monk of the last great age. He fell in the Insect Valley, just like those who fell in the Death Valley. Tian is still full of expectations for these people's wealth. After all, he has gained a lot in the Death Valley. An idea is passed on to the big shadowless snake. According to Tian's order, the snake shoots electricity at the location of Zumaji. 4 or 5 minutes later, it returns to Tian. Tian moves towards the snake's tail in his hand. The Shumi ring hanging on the snake's tail is called into his hand by Tian. Under the brand of God, Tian began to explore the things inside. After a general look, Tian's mind moved, took out a simple token, took it in his hand and looked at it carefully. The token is exquisitely made with irregular shield shape, which can be held in one hand. The token is surrounded by mysterious patterns, with 3 characters of Lingchongzong written in the middle seal. Did there ever exist a sect called Lingchong sect? Yi Tianxia consciously thought that this is a very possible thing. For some reason, like Kunlun Mountain, he suffered from extinction in the last great age, leaving behind some ownerless spirit insects. Perhaps the overseas Lingchong sect is a branch of Lingchong sect here. Some disciples left some inheritance outside at that time and finally took root overseas. It seems that both the Shumi commandment and this token are very old. It is impossible for the overseas Lingchong sect to bring them in. In Yi Tian's opinion, it is easy to make this judgment. Look at the brand. In addition to the role of proof of identity, there is no other wonderful place. Yi Tian put away the token. Then the divine thought moved again and took out a spirit beast ring. The principle of spirit beast ring is similar to that of Shumi ring, but Shumi ring is used to store dead things, while spirit beast ring can store living things. It is an upgraded version of spirit beast bag. The spirit beast ring has no spirit mark on it. It belongs to the ownerless thing.
Yi Tian soon has the spirit mark, and then a wisp of spirit goes into it. The ring is divided into 5 areas, each of which forms an independent space. Because of the special material, it can provide a continuous stream of aura through the field formed by the engraved runes. The space of the ring is generally much smaller than that of Shumi ring. The same is true of the 5 areas of the spirit beast ring.
Each area has only 1 meter square space. This layout is specially made for spirit insects. If it's for the sake of the spirit beast, it won't be divided into these areas, and the height must be higher.
Xinyan enters the first area, and Yi Tian is shocked to find that there are more than a dozen living creatures in it. They are more than a dozen big black insects, as long as the middle finger, with 2 pairs of wings and 4 insect feet. They are surrounded by electric light, as if they had been electrified.
It's the thunder bug.
After observing carefully for a while, Yi Tian felt ecstatic. This kind of strange insect is a kind of strange insect in the legend. Yi Tian has only heard of it occasionally, but has never seen it with his own eyes. The strange insects in different beasts are recorded in detail, but Yi Tian never dreamed that he actually saw a living lei worm in this spirit beast ring in the Insect Valley. According to the jade slips, this insect has reached a certain level, and its whole body is stronger than a magic weapon. When attacking the enemy, it can emit terrible thunder and lightning, which is hard for monks of the same level to resist. The idea of God is intangible and extremely ethereal. However, when Yi Tian's idea goes into the ring of spirit beast, the dozen thunder insects are suddenly aware of it. A burst of crackling lightning bursts out, and the power is extremely terrible. If Yi Tian didn't see this scene, he would not have confirmed that this insect is the legendary thunder insect. Repressing the excitement in his heart, Yi Tian's mind entangles one of them, hoping to make a mark and complete the recognition of the Lord. However, his mind had just entangled the lei insect, and a flash of lightning broke out on the lei insect, which turned Yi Tian's mind into nothing and disappeared into the invisible. However, the thunder bug was furious and sent out powerful pressure to push back Yi Tian's idea. Yi Tian was not reconciled, until he tried all the 16 lei insects, and then he died.
The level of these lei insects is too high.
It is estimated that there should be 5 levels of realm, which is equivalent to the level of Yuanying realm of human friars. For such a weak friar, lei insects are absolutely unwilling to recognize the Lord, and their ability can completely suppress Yi Tian's thoughts. Every time he tried, he was on the verge of success.
East is not bright, west is bright. Yi Tian gives up the leishui insect in the first area and explores into the second area. When you see the situation inside, Yi Tian can't help but tremble. There are thousands of dark ants inside. There are wings on the back. They are in a mess and look disgusting. It's the wire ant.
After careful observation, Yi Tian finally determined the species of these ants. There are also detailed records of clematis in the Book of Strange Insects and Monsters.
This makes Yi Tian have to doubt whether the monk who brought strange insects and beasts into the Valley of Death was the person of the Lingchong sect.
Otherwise, it's no coincidence that all the strange insects here can be recorded in the strange insects and animals spectrum. After all, the world is so big that there are so many strange insects and animals in the sky.
Who can study all the strange insects and animals? Is there no evidence for this?
Yi Tian just gave birth to such an idea, and tried to make a mark on Tian ant. Although he knew that the hope was slim, he would try his best. Some of them are similar to the man-eating ant, but the man-eating ant only eats meat. The food of the man-eating ant is not only complicated, but also has excellent teeth. Even a treasure as hard as magic weapon will be eaten by the man-eating ant who has reached a certain level. In particular, if we use them properly, how terrible they will be. The premise is that you have to be able to control them. Yi Tian selected some relatively weak clematis to do the experiment, but failed every time. Although the rank of these clematis is not as high as that of Limianchong, the weakest is also in the early stage of the 4th order.
Yi Tian can't make any impression on the appearance of Friar Jindan in the early stage. In the final analysis, it's just that my accomplishments are too low.
In the end, Yi Tian didn't try one by one, the weakest couldn't control, and the stronger clematis didn't have any hope. Yi Tian turns his attention to the 3rd area, where 2 colorful scorpions are kept. They look very gorgeous.
This kind of scorpion is absolutely the alien of all scorpions. There is only one kind of spirit scorpion with this color in the strange insect and beast spectrum. Its name is magic scorpion. This scorpion is more than 1 foot long.
It's definitely the biggest one among scorpions. A tail hook stands up high, and it's also colorful. It is said in the jade slips that the scorpion toxin is extremely strange. The poisoned person's whole body itches, and there is almost no medicine to solve it. Monks with weak willpower can't bear such itching, and they usually end it by themselves. Even if you can endure the itching, you will eventually be attacked by the toxin and die.
So it has the name of scorpion.
These 2 scorpions, Tian also tried, about 5 levels of realm, is not Tian's dish at all. In the 4th area, there are 2 silkworms covered with frost and snow, both of which are about feet long. Between breathing, wisps of white air come out from the mouth, and even the space is covered with white frost. Around the silkworms, there are messy silks, which look fluffy, but the number is not very large. It's the silkworm of the cold region.
Tian was surprised to see this silkworm.
The value of this silkworm is even greater than those strange insects in the other 3 districts. The secret hand is woven from the silk of the cold region. It is the most tenacious silk in the world.
If it is made into a defensive object, it will take a lot of life.
This silkworm not only has the function of spinning silk, but also has extremely strong fighting power.
The silk shoots out from the mouth.
Unless the person with high accomplishments, it is difficult to escape. Moreover, the breath of these 2 silkworms in the cold region is even more powerful than that of the other 3 regions, at least in the late stage of the 5th stage, even reaching the level of the 6th stage. Tian was naturally unable to subdue these 2 silkworms, which made him very moved and annoyed. The 4 divisions of the Ring of Spirit Beast are all treasures, but it's a pity to go back to Bashan empty-handed. He places all his hopes on the 5th district.
When he sees things in this district, Tian's mood is even more complicated.
There is no living thing here, only a white egg, the same size as an ostrich egg, and the whole body is white.
There is no introduction about this kind of egg on the list of strange insects and animals. Tian is not sure what kind of egg it is. But since he was put into the ring by the friars of Lingchong's sect, Tian estimated that the value of the egg was certainly not small, at least not worse than the other 4 kinds of Lingchong, so he stopped the impulse to fry the egg and eat it. After watching all the 5 areas, Tian puts away the spirit beast ring and continues to check other things in Shumi commandment. There are many bags inside.
Tian recognized that they are the food of all kinds of spirit insects, and there are the food of the spirit insects in the spirit beast ring, which saved Tian a lot of heart.
It's not easy for those spirit insects to survive for so many years relying on aura.
These foods can promote the growth and promotion of spirit insects. It's estimated that the food in the spirit beast ring has been eaten up long ago.
Otherwise, if there is enough food, after so many years, it's certain that the realm of these spirit insects will be higher. Tian took out some food and put it into the corresponding spirit beast ring, but he didn't put too much.
If these spirit insects grow too fast, it will be more difficult for him to control them, and it will take longer, just to ensure that he will not die of hunger. Wait for yourself to control those spirit insects, and then give them enough food to grow. In addition, there are some weapons in Shumi commandment, which are basically of magic weapon level, which is of little use to Tian. However, it can be seen from this that the main energy of Lingchong's sect is the cultivation and control of Lingchong, and it is weaker in cultivation and magic weapon.
There are also some jade boxes in it. Tian opened them one by one, which surprised him a lot. There are all kinds of precious spirit materials in the jade box. Some of them are rare in Fengsuan spirit field.
Tian is the emperor of Dan, and no one can be more accomplished in spirit materials and pills.
After reading all the spiritual materials, I feel a little sorry. These things are basically of great use to the spiritual insects and beasts. For the human friars, they are just like chicken ribs. After all, the physical constitution of a monk is different from that of a spirit insect and a monster, and there are also great differences in the cultivation methods. These spirit materials promote the evolution of spirit insects and spirit beasts, while human beings cultivate magic power. Even so, Yi Tian is regarded as the most precious. After all, he doesn't need it himself, but he has spirit insects, and some spirit materials in it can be refined into pills suitable for dragon demon cultivation. With the pills, he can control his next action. In Shumi commandment, there are several empty spirit beast bags. Yi Tian looks at them and puts them away. Besides, there was nothing that interested him. After putting away Zumaji, Yi Tian continued to command Liang Xingkong to explore the depths of Changgu. Gradually, through Liang Xingkong's vision, Yi Tian saw some broken stones and debris, which were buried in the weeds. The deeper he went, the more frequent this situation became. There should be a large area of building community. After countless years, only those residual stones and broken tiles are left to prove the existence of some history. With a silent sigh, Yi Tian rings out the blessed land of Qingming in the square-inch spiritual realm, the Eden where he and Ningyao share a good quiet time. I don't know how it is now? In the picture, there are all kinds of spirit insects flying by constantly. Because the speed is too fast, we can't see what kind of spirit insects are. We just feel the shadows passing by and dazzled. All of a sudden, Yi Tian feels that Liang Xingkong is somewhat different. Although his mind is constantly urging, Liang Xingkong still slows down and finally stops somewhere. And through the mood to Yi Tian came bursts of fear. Fly up. Yi Tian sends instructions to Liang Xingkong again. As Liang Xingkong flies higher and higher, the perspective becomes bigger and bigger. Yi Tian finally finds out the reason for Liang Xingkong's fear. A few miles away, in the ruins, lies a giant scorpion nearly 2 meters long. It looks like it is asleep. In the neighborhood, there is no living creature dares to approach it except this scorpion. Yi Tian knows that this scorpion is more powerful than the fourth-order shadowless snake. After all, the heartworm is not afraid of the shadowless snake. Such super spirit insect, Yi Tian dare not provoke, let alone accept. Let this Liang Xingkong change a direction and continue to explore in other directions. At this time, the picture sent back by another Sanqing Liang Xingkong makes Yi Tian look excited. The appearance of this 3-star Liang Xingkong attracts more Liang Xingkong, buzzing around it. Yi Tian roughly counted, there are more than 20, and most of them are 3-star and 4-star. Yi Tian gave the order to the heartworm and let him fly back slowly. As Yi Tian expected, those heartworms, like men in this world, are always eager to pursue the opposite sex. Samsung heartworms fly away, and they follow. More than 10 minutes later, when the Liang Xingkong flies in front of invisible Yi Tian, a large net of mana appears out of thin air. They put these Liang Xingkong nets in it, and Yi Tian sends them into a spirit beast bag from Shumi commandment. After a while, Yi Tian finally marked all the Liang Xingkong with his mind and accepted them as the spiritual pet. This time, all 25 Liang Xingkong were released, and the search progress was improved several times. That huge red locust should be the blood locust, the 4th-order spirit locust. This half-foot-long centipede should be the iron centipede, and also the 4th-order spirit insect. The dark green mantis, with a faint black air, should be the Hades mantis, the 4th-order spirit insect. And that big white spider should be the 9th snow spider recorded in the strange insect and beast spectrum, or the 4th-order spirit insect. With the deepening of the exploration, Yi Tian found some powerful spirit insects in the forbidden area where the Lianqing insects deliberately avoided. Like the 4th-order shadowless snake, Yi Tian was unable to subdue them for the time being, and even needed to use many means to avoid their attack. Therefore, Yi Tian did not disturb them. It seems that the level of strange insects in the ring of spirit beast is higher, and the level of these scattered insects is lower. Otherwise, they can't be scattered in the valley. After many years, they gradually grow up. If you can enter the Longmen realm, you may come to see if you can accept these spirit insects, but now you can't. Yi Tian began to focus on the 3rd-order spirit insects, which are equivalent to the Longmen realm of the human friars. There is a possibility of subduing, and it will also be helpful to Yi Tian. One day later, in the insect valley, in a forest full of weeds, a centipede, frozen by a small mirror, was sent to Yi Tian by a magic hand. Yi Tian spent some time to frighten the insect and put it into the spirit beast bag. This is the third iron centipede he has captured.
Before that, the Third Order 9 Rob Snow Spider captured 2, the Third Order Hades Mantis captured 2, the Third Order Blood Locust captured 2, and the Third Order Shadowless Snake captured another 1. Tian of level 2 and level 1 didn't spend his energy to collect. If he started to collect the low-level spirit insects, it would certainly affect the capture of the third-level spirit insects. If he collected all the third-level spirit insects, Tian didn't mind to continue to collect the low-level spirit insects. If it's too late, it's better to keep them growing up in the insect valley. It's like your own back garden. When you need to, just come here and catch some. Just ready to search again, Tian's body suddenly disappears from the original place. Feng Dan and Insha open at the same time and escape to the distance. In my mind, the picture brought back by Liangxingkong is that a black boa is flying here, which is as fast as a meteor. This python is the highest level spirit worm Tian found in the insect valley. In fact, it's a spirit beast. Its realm has reached 5 levels, which is equivalent to the cultivation of the friars in their infancy. The magic power of Tongtian python is surging, causing great panic where it passes. Countless spirit insects fly around and dare not get close to this Tongtian python. Soon, Tongtian python appears under Yuantian's eye. Tian has changed several directions before, but it seems that the python still finds Tian's hiding place. The direction is exactly where he is now. My day, it's absolutely a terrible thing for Tian to be seen where he is by the 5th level python. Tian quickly takes off his clothes, grabs his clothes and flies away. Seeing this, the boa suddenly turned and ran after his clothes. According to the records of strange insects and animals, this python is not only extremely powerful, but also has a strange magical power, that is, extremely sensitive sense of smell. If not early prepared, and decisively take measures, I am afraid Tian is now very dangerous. The boa constrictor caught up with Tian's cloud photographer, rolled up his clothes, smelled around, turned his body again, and shot at Tian's position. With a click, Tian tears off his pants, turns his mana into a human shape, and flies away in his pants. Almost at the same time, Tian didn't dare to stay too much. He drove the fierce soldier Feijian to fly out of the valley in his underpants. As he flew, he sent out his thoughts to all the heartworms and ordered them to meet at the mouth of the valley. Not to mention that, Tian took out some herbs that can be used to make spices and began to smear them on his body to change his breath. This move is still effective. Fragrance gradually replaced the taste of hormones. Even Tian himself also feel very good smell. Tongtian python catches up with Tian's pants. At the beginning, Tian's trace can be found. Until Tian's fragrance grows stronger, this Tongtian python finally loses its target. But it didn't give up. Instead, it was crazy, flying around in the insect valley, looking for Tian's trace. It didn't seem to give up. Forget it, this time it's here. Can't you avoid it? Tian can also see that the 4th level spirit insects have their own territory. As long as they don't occupy their territory, they will be safe and sound. But this 5th level python may regard the whole insect valley as its own territory, so it's so irritable. Everything is right. Since the appearance of this python, Tian wants to understand one thing, that is, why there are few skeletons in the insect valley. It is very likely that all the people who enter the valley have gone into the mouth of the python and no longer exist. But what about those monks' precepts? Is it in the belly of the boa constrictor or in the cave of the boa constrictor? Tian is unknown. When Tian comes to the edge of the insect valley without danger, he starts to open the gate of the field out of the valley. After a short time, Tian came out of the insect valley with all 25 heartworms. Another mana hit the colorful field grid, and the field door slowly disappeared. In this way, he was not afraid to run out of the sky python. Outside the valley, Tian took out his clothes and trousers from Zumaji, put them on again, and left 3 Liangxingkong. He asked them to fly in different directions first, and then collected the remaining Liangxingkong into the spirit beast bag. After everything is done, Tian's imperial sword flies northward. Flying 50 or 60 miles away, Tian landed on the ground and found the body of the monk named Chu, who had been killed in the Dongjin ruins. A wisp of flame popped up and burned him to ashes. On that day, in order to pretend to be this person, Tian didn't kill him at that time. He just abandoned his cultivation, restricted his movement, and imposed a fixed-time death ban, so that he wouldn't die at that time.
Wei Huan would find out and influence his sneak attack.
Now that this person has died under the outbreak of prohibition, the body naturally needs to be disposed of at will. Leave here, continue to the north. More than 2 hours later, Tian came to save the sunset. Simo Yukong, the master of Sanqing Cave, the elder of Lingchong sect, Xian and others have been here.
Master Yi! Master Yi!
Seeing Tian's sword falling from the air, everyone bowed to salute.
Tian waved his hand and looked at the sunset. The thing you entrusted has been done. Yes, thank you, Mr. Yi. Now I fulfill my promise. My people belong to Mr. Yi.
Xian's face turned red, but her face was full of coquettish smile.
The fox's eyes flickered, showing that she was extremely happy. I'm not talking about it. I just want to tell you that it has a beginning and an end. Tian smiles and says with disapproval. Master, am I not beautiful enough?
The setting face doesn't expect that the leaf day unexpectedly one mouthful refuses, some loses ground to ask away softly.
Tian can't stand the girl's straightforwardness. He waves his hand. You are still young, I will treat you as a joke. Where am I young?
Xian straightened her chest and argued unconvinced.
Tian glanced and thought that it was really a little small.
Although he didn't say that, he no longer paid attention to Xian.
He looked at Simo Yukong and the elder of Lingchong Zone. You too, can you tell me something about the unsolved mysteries overseas, or the dangerous places like Chengdu?
Of course, there are.
I just don't know if Mr. Yi has heard of it.
Besides the mirage that appeared last time, there are two kinds of immortal traces. One is called Haisher, and the other is called Xianshan.
Of course, these are the names that spread in the past, and the origin can't be verified.
For the first time, Tian has heard of the two versions of Haisher and Xianshan.
What he can talk about in parallel with mirage is certainly not simple.
Tian showed great interest and asked them to talk about the specific situation in detail. Simo Yukong took the lead in saying, I'll talk about Haisher.
Haisher appears in Beihai, and Lingxi Island is also in Beihai. I know more about it. The Lingchong sect is in Nanhai. The elder knows more about it.
The sea market only appears once every 50 or 60 years.
Every time it appears, there are different signs. It's a mysterious space shrouded by clouds. You can only hear it, but you can't see it. There, if you're lucky enough, you can buy what you need. The price, of course, is that you have to provide what the other person needs. If both sides are satisfied, the deal will be successful.
Just put your things in a designated place, and the other party's exchange will come with it. For many years, the sea market has been open more than once, but no one has ever known who the other party is.
This is a very strange place. Moreover, not everyone can enter the sea market.
Only when their strength reaches a certain level can they be lucky enough to enter it.
However, there will be some dangers in it. Usually, the danger comes from eating black.
Tian listened to a general, specific also did not ask in detail, just asked the most critical point. When did the sea market appear last time, how long is it from the next time? It has been 53 years since Haisher appeared last time. According to the usual practice, it should still appear in these 2 years, but it's hard to say the exact time.
Simo Yukong pondered. Tian nodded and looked at the elder of Lingchong Zone. What's the matter with Xianshan?
The elder had been waiting for Tian to ask.
When Tian finished asking, the elder said, the fairy mountain is more interesting.
The fairy mountain appears inexplicably every 50 or 60 years. The location is basically in the South China Sea, which is similar to the time when the mirage and mirage appear, sometimes earlier and sometimes later. When it appeared, the fairy music was floating on the top of the fairy mountain. From the bottom of the mountain to the top of the mountain, there was a ladder to climb up the fairy mountain. It was said that if it was successful, it would go with the fairy mountain, and it was expected to become an immortal. Even if you can't get to the top and reach a certain height, you can get chances and get some treasures. So many mountain people are flocking to it. Tian nodded slightly and asked again, did you ever see the person who climbed to the top? The elder showed a wry smile. Those who can reach the top are naturally blessed. They are dedicated to cultivating Taoism and becoming immortals.
They will not show up if they don't ask about worldly affairs. If there are any more signs of Haisher and Xianshan, you can call me. Yi Tian knew that Haisher and Xianshan would not be so simple. What secret was hidden in them? If they were not on the scene, they would not know, so he called and asked. Then he asked, "How much do you know about little Peng Lai?"
Sima Wukong and the elder looked at each other, but they all shook their heads helplessly, or Sima Wukong took the lead in saying, "The three overseas sects belong to the most mysterious little Peng Lai. I only heard that this sect is located in the East China Sea. Even elder and I don't know where little Peng Lai is. It is said that little Peng Lai's disciples seldom join the world, and there are many strong ones. Occasionally, people from the mountains who call themselves little Peng Lai can walk outside, but I don't know more about it. Otherwise, Ling Chongzong would not come to Sangsingdong from Nanhai to Beihai to explore the Insect Valley. What's more, it's said that at the bottom of the East China Sea, a place called the Dragon Palace, there was once a dragon girl, but many people have been looking for it, and finally nothing has been found. I'll tell you something about it first, but it can't be true."
When it comes to the Dragon Palace, Yi Tian naturally thinks of the dragon demon in Tianqi of Changbai Mountain.
I don't know if he is related to the legendary Dragon Palace, or whether the Dragon Palace never existed. Yi Tian naturally won't waste his precious time for some legends now. He keeps this matter in mind and asks the elder of Lingchong sect. The elder may have heard about the origin between Lingchong sect and Changgu? The elder nodded his head and said, "There is a saying that the ancestral clan is a side branch of a clan in the Insect Valley of southern Yunnan. It is said that there was a clan in the Insect Valley, that is, the Lingchong clan created by the ancestor. Master Yi, since he has gone deep into the Valley of Insects, has he found something in it?" Yi Tian looks at it unexpectedly. The elder's thinking is still quick. He asks this question. He makes furniture in a flash. At the moment, he reveals, the elder's guess is good. I've also found something, but it hasn't been confirmed. It is likely that the legend of the overseas Lingchong sect is true. Since Ling Chongzong has vowed to attach himself to Miluo Palace, the time is ripe in the future. Yi does not mind giving you some benefits. Thank you, master. The elder is very happy and bows to Yi Tian deeply. The so-called benefits that he can tell from Yi Tian are not easy. They are probably related to the strange insects in the Insect Valley. This guy, you guessed right again. Well, let's talk about it today. Elder, you should pay more attention to the affairs of little Peng Lai. If you have any news, please let me know at any time. Yi Tian said. Seeing that Yi Tian was about to leave, Sima Wukong said in a hurry, Master Yi, I also want to lead all the disciples of Sangsingdong to take refuge with him. In the future, I will obey his command and serve him and the Miluo Palace. I'd like to pledge my heart with blood. Well, in that case, if there is anything wrong with Sangsingdong, you will not stay out of it. But Yi has always been punishing evil and promoting good. For specific requirements, just ask the elder. Yi Tian's goal is to integrate the power of the Chinese sect. Such a thing, naturally, will not refuse. Sima Wukong had a talk with the elder before. He was very clear about the things inside, and now he completed the blood oath. Yi Tian took 6 magic weapons from Shumi Commandment, and Lingchong sect and Sanqing Cave gave them 3. Sima Wukong and the elder quickly said thanks. As they are, none of them has a magic weapon. At most, they have a half-magic weapon from ancient relics. Yi Tian's move is 6 magic weapons, which is really a great move. For Yi Tian, this is a small idea. It can increase the strength of these 2 cases, and it will be easy for him to use it in the future. Say goodbye. Yi Tian took a look at the sunset, turned into a streamer and disappeared in the sky. Until Yi Tian left for a long time, Sima Wukong and the elder just left here. Not long after they left, on a big tree not far away, a 4-star heartworm suddenly flapped its wings and followed them. Northern Xinjiang, vast desert, tens of thousands of miles, yellow sand everywhere, boundless. Sometimes there are oases in lakes, such as a touch of emerald in the vast world, showing some valuable vitality on the desolate earth. On this day, a streamer of light flew northward. The man standing on the fierce sword was Yi Tian after he left the insect valley in southern Yunnan. When the wind blows, Yi Tian's face is calm. Occasionally, he opens his mind to explore the surrounding situation. This is his trip to the Devil's Cave in northern Xinjiang. The third of the 4 major Jedi has been explored. Yi Tian wants to have a look at this Jedi anyway, and he wants to meet the remaining monks of Dongjin ruins for a while, but many days later, I don't know if they are still there. As he was flying, Yi Tian suddenly frowned, and his face looked cold. He used his magic power to urge the fierce swords at his feet, and the light flashed quickly. Not long ago, Yi Tian could see a large row of yurts in front of the oasis. Over the yurt, 6 monks stood in the air, holding flying swords and waving them in the downward direction. With the light of the sword, one yurt after another exploded, and many bodies turned into pieces and splashed in the air. Stop it! When Yi Tian was enraged, he gave a loud drink. Hui held his bow in his hand and shot an arrow at one of the monks. Almost at the same time, Yi Tian sent out 2 flying swords one after another to cut the 6 people. He knew that such a long-distance attack might not be effective. He just wanted to use these attacks to block the other party's slaughter. These 6 people are obviously the monks who came to Dongjin Market, but these evil thieves actually slaughtered ordinary people here, which touched Yi Tian's rebellion. With the help of a short period of time, Yi Tian flew closer again. He yelled again, "Grandson of Dongjin Market, come here to die. If I don't kill you today, I won't be Yi. All the people of the Earth Star should die. None of you can escape death today." Kill him. In his 30s, a friar in brocade clothes, with a gloomy face, yelled and directed the other 5 people to kill Yi Tianwei. On the ground, some of the surviving people looked up at the sky angrily, and there was a howling sound. It was a living tragedy. Lin Yichen, the man in Jinfu, is the second senior brother of the group leader of Dongjin Market. A group of 10 people went to explore the Devil's Cave in northern Xinjiang, but they didn't expect to be defeated. 4 of them stayed in the Devil's Cave forever. Lin Yichen was so angry that he let out his anger to the Chinese people who lived here. This was the end of the murder. Rao is so, his heart is still very prosperous. Seeing that Yi Tian's export is not inferior, he challenges 6 people in Dongjin Market with 1 person's strength. Lin Yichen, who is already grumpy how to bear this evil spirit, smashes the arrow of Hui shot by Yi Tian with 1 sword, and then, together with the other 5 people, puts out their magic weapons to kill Yi Tianwei. Yi Tianling snorts, and 3 spirit beast bags appear in his hands. He immediately releases 2 third-order shadowless snakes, 2 third-order Hades mantis, and 2 third-order blood locusts, all of which flash in the air at a friar. The 2 third-order shadowless snakes who were the first to win did not see their body shape. However, as soon as they appeared, 2 monks screamed at the same time, each with a blood hole in his chest. His face was black and he fell to the ground. When the remaining 4 monks were stunned, the side of the front foot of a Hades mantis waved, and a huge shadow of the sword chopped at a monk. The monk almost had no time to resist, so he was cut in 2. Almost at the same time, a blood locust suddenly ejected a stream of liquid from its mouth and shot at another monk. The man was corroded by the liquid and decayed rapidly. The corpse also fell on the yellow sand on the ground. These third-order spirit insects are so fierce, which makes Yi Tian astonished. Their combat effectiveness really shocked Yi Tian. If it wasn't for the sneak attack and the use of small mirror spirit tools, I'm afraid I would have paid a great price to win so many third-order spirit insects. As a result, Yi Tian doesn't regret it anymore. The third-order spirit insects are all like this. Those spirit insects above the 4th order can't get their hands on them. It's really wise to judge the situation and take the 2nd place. In the blink of an eye, 5 of the 6 monks have been killed by the spirit insects. Looking at the last monk in Dongjin Market who was seriously injured, Yi Tian quickly called back the blood locust who attacked him. Immediately protect this person's heart pulse, press the palm to the top of the head to search for the soul. A moment later, the man rotted all over his body, all the way to his heart, and then to his head. Yi Tian had to take back his palm. Although he didn't read too much memory, he had a general understanding of what he wanted to know. Yi Tian put away 6 spirit insects, cleaned the battlefield simply, and fell to the ground. Thank the Immortal for taking revenge on us.
Thank you, fairy.
On the ground, the remaining hundreds of men and women knelt down together, and there were many cries mixed with them. The scene was very sad. Tian is like a hero from heaven. He kills 6 demons in a flash. These people who can't get in touch with Gu Wu or monks naturally regard Tian as an immortal. Looking at the miserable scene and the people kneeling on the ground, Tian felt extremely painful. He first picked up some old people, and then said aloud, "All of you, villagers, there are heads of injustice, and there are owners of debts. The 6 killers are lying on the ground. You can take revenge." Hear Tian say so, these common people get up like crazy, draw sticks, knives and forks, rush to the past, toward the 6 already shapeless corpses, smash and slash. Shouts, curses and wails resound through the world. For a long time, many people stopped. The 6 bodies have become a pool of flesh and blood, scattered in a large area. Some people are watching in silence, others are running back to their damaged and disordered houses, and another burst of crying starts. Tian is distressed, and what he is most worried about finally happens. During this period of time, he keeps looking for opportunities to enhance his own strength. He is also looking for these coming monks everywhere to eradicate them as early as possible.
However, one person's power is limited after all. At present, there are only a few people who can compete with these coming monks. More serious things, later came more powerful monks, who can guarantee that they will not have another massacre. Folks, you can't live here any longer. When you have finished taking care of your relatives, if you have relatives and friends, if you have no place to go, you can go to the Miluo Palace in Jiangnan City. They will make proper arrangements for you. I have no cash here, only gold bars. Everyone here today has one. I hope you can all get proper arrangements. Tian was suspended in the low air. With a gesture, a box of gold bars fell on the ground. Then a magic power opened the lid and revealed the yellow gold bars inside. Each one, no one is allowed to covet other people's gold bars. People are doing, the sky is watching, raise the head 3 feet have gods. Tian was not sure what would happen after he left, so he had to warn. Looking at those glittering gold bars, people gradually stopped crying, knelt down to Tian again, and couldn't help thanking him. Here, in people's eyes and hearts, Tian is a god and an immortal. These people are grateful and awed for him, and have more strength and courage to continue to live tenaciously. All people in the organization of Tian line up, each with a gold bar, back to one side. One box is not enough, Tian takes out another box, until the second box is half left, everyone gets their gold bars. Each gold bar turns into about 200,000 in cash, which should be enough to start a new life. Click. Someone took out his mobile phone and took a picture of Tian. Tian frowned and looked at the middle-aged man who took photos of Tian. Immortals are here. We'll write down your appearance. In the future, we'll make a statue for you, burn incense and kowtow to you. Thank you for your great mercy and help you out. The middle-aged herdsman put his hands together and said piously. After listening to his words, Tian's heart moved, and immediately remembered the resentment incense that he had come into contact with when he explored the ancient temple with Xiaoyuer. The power of incense really exists, and this power is a very mysterious thing. I don't know if it can help to improve my cultivation. This is just one aspect. Tian also thinks of the further side. In the future, the earth will certainly be more chaotic. With the invasion of the demon world and the arrival of extraterrestrial monks, no one can guarantee what will happen in the process of fighting for the immortal machine. At that time, whether we fight against Tianwai friars or against the demon world, everyone needs a belief and a support, so that the spirit will not collapse and the hope of life will inspire us to move forward. So let yourself be the support. It's a responsibility, and a hope. Thinking about this, Tian nodded slowly and said, I don't care what you do, but I solemnly promise that no matter what happens in the future, I will try my best to protect this planet. If you want to make a statue, make my real body with that. Tian's body trembled and regained its original appearance. Everyone was stunned at this scene. 72 kinds of changes and random changes of appearance are all things in fairy tales, movies and novels, but today they see them with their own eyes. It's not a fairy. What is it? Forgive me, Immortal, I'm going to take a picture.
The middle-aged man sincerely thanks for his sin, and takes a picture of Tian standing in the air with his eyebrows full and his clothes floating. As Meng Haoren said, the Devil's Cave in northern Xinjiang is shrouded in black fog for hundreds of miles, which is very conspicuous in the boundless desert. Above the sky, Tian stepped on the fierce sword and looked at the sea of fog which could not be seen from a distance, revealing the color of meditation. For disciples of Dongjin ruins were buried in the black fog. He had got the news when he was searching for souls. The reason why the 6 disciples survived was that they did not step into the dark fog.
Tian tries to probe into the dark fog. Fortunately, it's better than he imagined.
It's not completely isolated from the exploration of the mind, but it's very limited to the mind.
The scope of Xinyan's exploration is only about 100 meters.
Further away, everything is blurred. More than 10 minutes later, Tian took a long breath, and his face changed.
For those black fog, he finally had a guess.
However, whether it is as you think, you need to get close to the black fog or enter it to further verify. Driving the fierce sword, Tian slowly approaches the edge of the fog sea.
At the edge, the black fog is still very thin. The more you look inside, the more rich it is.
Deep in the fog sea, it is as dark as ink.
After opening Yuan-Tianian, Tian looks inside. Fortunately, although the dark fog is thick, it can't block Yuan-Tianian's exploration. It has to be said that Yuan-Tianian's magical power is too powerful.
Where the eye of heaven can reach is still the vast desert, and nothing else can be seen in the black fog. However, compared with the sea of fog hundreds of miles away, the scope that I can see is really insignificant.
Tian reaches out and twists the black fog.
It has no smell and no water.
It's like smoke is not smoke, its fog is not fog. It's really strange.
Once again, Tian controls his mind to penetrate into the fog and feels it carefully. After a long time, he takes back his mind. This time, he finally determined that the black fog was just like death, and it was the legendary dark fog, which contained a light and untraceable resentment. It's a kind of emotion that comes out of resentment after the death of life. If it is eroded by this resentment for a long time, even the heart will be greatly affected. More serious, it may be schizophrenia or madness, and make crazy and irrational things. However, the erosion of resentment cannot be seen in a short time. It takes a long time to change a person's mood and soul.
Obviously, the monks of the 4 Dongjin ruins may be affected by resentment, but they will not die of resentment directly. Unless there is a strong resentment deep in the dark fog, the stronger the resentment, the more evil spirits will be born. The killing power of evil spirits is much more terrifying than resentment.
Devil's Cave. Devil's Cave. Tian looks at the boundless dark fog and mumbles to himself. Suddenly, he moves his hand and a wooden sword appears in his hand. This wooden sword is the peach sword that Tian got from the fat Taoist when he was in Yuchen. This sword is made of the core of the 1,000-year-old thunderwood. It bears the power of thunder and lightning brought by the ancient friars when they were robbed.
It is as strong as steel. It belongs to the highest yang.
It has the power of robbing and is the absolute nemesis of the evil things. Since Tian got this sword, he has been lying quietly in Shumi commandment, accumulating the power of pure yang, and has never had the chance to use it.
Since you enter the Devil's Cave, ordinary magic weapons are useless. This sword is the most suitable one.
After breathing for a moment outside the dark fog, the mana returns to its full strength. Tian enters the sea of fog with a death talisman in his left hand and a peach sword in his right hand.
The resentment in the dark fog is invisible and immaterial. It covers Tian like a cage. Tian knows the sea tightly and does not let a trace of resentment interfere with him. Only the eye of the source sky can be used to investigate the situation in the fog sea. After several hundred meters deep in the fog sea, Tian found nothing unusual, so he sent out 2 3-star Lianqin insects and flew to the fog sea. While sensing the picture sent back by the heartworm, Tian takes out the fierce sword, steps on it, and slowly flies into the fog. There is nothing special about him. He just feels that the fog is getting thicker. However, the picture of a heartworm makes Tian look surprised.
Through the view of Liangxingkong, Yi Tian can see some broken walls, which are the houses made of clay. He can see the black trace of the stove which has been smoked by fireworks for a long time. Just looking at the scene, it seems that those earthen houses existed long ago, and the years of dilapidation are certainly not short.
It's easy for Yi Tian to think that this is the place where human beings live. It will never be built by ghosts.
Who has ever heard of ghosts living in houses and eating kitchen fires?
But then again, who will build the house in the dark fog?
Not to mention built in it, even close to the fog is impossible. The Devil's Cave is a Jedi.
The local people can't be unaware that it's human instinct to pursue good fortune and avoid evil. No one will do this. Where is the bad place to build a house in the vast world? Do you have to be in the fog? Then, there is only one possibility. When the house is built, there should be no dark fog there. It is the dark fog that has occupied the space of human life. With the continuous change of the picture, Yi Tian sees more and more ruins of earth houses extending into the fog. It seems that before the dark fog, there were not a few people living here. The more you look at it, the more worried Yi Tian is. If the dark fog spreads all the time, even if it spreads slowly, one day, it will surely cover the whole earth. 1,000 years? 10,000 years? Or 100 million years? If this situation does not change, the result is doomed.
Meng Haoran said that it is said that the Devil's Cave is the entrance to the Netherworld, which is connected with the Netherworld.
Does the Netherworld really exist? There should be no doubt. In Kunlun Mountain, before Xiao dissipated, she once said, "I am in the dark, waiting to see you with Kunlun, coming out of the new life from the destruction, coming out of the flourishing day from the apoptosis." If people die and enter the Netherworld, ghosts belong to Yin things and can't survive in the extreme Yang environment.
If one day, the scope of the nether fog on the earth becomes larger and larger, can the ghosts of the Netherworld come to the earth through the entrance, until they finally destroy the whole mankind and turn them into ghosts?
Think of here, Yi Tianjing out of a cold sweat.
The monk of Fengsuan spirit realm comes, and the demon world is about to invade the earth. If you add the ghost of the nether world, Yi Tian dare not think about it.
We must uncover the secret hidden in the Devil's Cave.
If it is true as we guess, we will try our best to eliminate all possible hidden dangers in the bud. Thinking about this, Yi Tian continues to go deep into the dark fog, and continues to pay attention to the pictures brought by the heartworm in his mind. In front, the yellow sand gradually thinned and began to show traces of soil. The terrain was not as flat as it had been at the beginning, and gradually there were larger ups and downs, like hills. But the color is gray, no grass, no trees, only bare rock and soil. Another distance, Yi Tian looks asu, whole body attention to the picture in the mind, let the heartworm and the fog stop. On the ground of the hills, 4 bodies lay there quietly, only a few feet away from each other, their clothes were messy, and their bodies were scarred. Yi Tian was shocked and sped to the location of the 4 corpses. There was no doubt that the 4 were the disciples of Dongjin ruins. Looking at the bloodstain on his body, he was still wet. He was killed for less than a day. After a short time, Yi Tian was over the 4 corpses. Yuan Tianzai carefully observed the surroundings, and then sent out 4 heartworms to guard nearby. Then, he fell to the ground. There were a lot of injuries on the 4 people, dripping with blood. One of the fatal injuries was a blood trough in front of his chest, which seemed to be pierced by a knife. The other had his neck cut off. The other 2 had their heads broken, and their death was very miserable.
Obviously, this kind of injury is not caused by ghosts, which is extremely inconsistent with Yi Tian's inference before he entered the dark fog.
Yi Tian put away the flying sword in the hands of the 4 people, and by the way, he put away their Shumi commandment, so that the previous 2 heartworms could continue to explore.
Under the control of Yi Tian, the flying speed of Liangxingkong is not so fast.
All the scenes you see along the way are in Yi Tian's mind. 100 feet later, Yi Tian accidentally found some bones on the ground, broken and scattered everywhere. However, one of them kept a relatively complete appearance, except that the head was separated from the body, with a skeleton on one side and a skeleton on the other. Yi Tian came to these bones and looked at them carefully.
He found some abnormalities. These skeletons obviously just appeared.
If they had existed before, they must have been partially buried by the sand. At least the cross-section of the skeletons would not be so fresh in color. After such observation, Tian was completely sure of his previous guess that these skeletons came here not long ago. Is it Tian suddenly thought of the giant bones and the skeletons he met while exploring the ancient temple with Xiaoyue. Moreover, he also noticed that a lot of fresh soil on the nearby ground is fresh, just like the wounds cut from the ground, which are the traces of battle.
Oh, my lord, where have you been? Such a strong spirit of the netherworld? I'm just sleeping.
Don't leave me here while Tianzheng was thinking. Tai Sui, who had not spoken for many days in Xumi precepts, suddenly made a cry of surprise.
How much do you know about the netherworld? Hearing Tai Sui's voice, Tian asks in a hurry. Naturally, he won't miss this opportunity.
It's an old monster who has lived for countless years.
I said, Master, just wake up, can we not talk about such a terrible topic? Master wants me to have a nightmare? Tai Sui's reluctant voice rings in Tian's mind.
Tian hears that Tai Sui must know something about the netherworld. Whether he wants to say it or not, he has to take something out of his mouth.
So he blustered, Tai Sui, remember the meat as big as your little finger, how many Yuan is it? If you don't tell the master about Yuming, I'll cut it off for you and send Yuming to feed the ghost. Well, does the master have any human form? I'm not afraid of ghosts. Just don't turn me into a ghost. Forget it. What do you want to know? Just ask. Tai Sui finally compromised and returned helplessly. How did the netherworld appear? Tian asked with a smile. That's a long story. I don't know how it happened. It may be the result of natural selection. However, people will go to the netherworld when they die. How many dead people have been there since ancient times? The power of the netherworld is very powerful. If there's no special reason, don't think about dealing with those ghosts. Tai Sui advised. People will go to the netherworld when they die? Although this kind of legend has a long history and Tian has heard about it. There are many rumors about the so-called Yin Chao Difu, Feng Du, Naiha Chao and Meng Patang, but it's just a kind of legend. No one is sure. After all, no one will come back to talk about these things for the dead. Yes, that's for sure. Tian Sui replied with certainty. So the dead will become ghosts, and the ghosts will die? Is it always in the dark? Tian thought of his parents and became heavy with his breath. How can I? Ghosts are not immortal, and they can also be killed, that is, they disappear completely, especially ordinary ghosts. Ordinary ghosts will be reincarnated and put into the 6 ways. But ghosts with resentment can't enter reincarnation because of too much resentment. Tai Sui seems to know a lot about Yuming. This time he explained it in detail. Tian knows that his parents were harmed by Su Qing's parents. Since he died a violent death, resentment must exist. It is estimated that according to Tai Sui, he cannot enter reincarnation and reincarnation. What about the ghost's life in the netherworld? Tian began to worry about his parents. Tai Sui said, well, the netherworld is also called the underworld. Since it is a world, there are 3, 6, 9 and so on. If there are good ghosts, there are bad ones. If there are strong ghosts, there are weak ones. The law of nature is the law of the jungle everywhere. In addition to reincarnation, do ghosts have a chance to resurrect? Tian asked nervously. You mean the return of Yang? Tian nodded, that's what it means. I really don't know. I've never heard of such a thing. Only immortals have such magical powers. Master, if you don't want to be a ghost, let's get out of here. Tai Sui seems very reluctant to be here, and then he hastens again. If you leave, you will leave, but not at this time. Do you know where the ghost is? How far can the most powerful ghost reach? Tian ignored Tai Sui's urging and continued to ask. I really know something about that. The master is right this time. The most powerful ghost is no longer called a ghost. It is the supreme ruler of the underworld, the emperor of the underworld. The power of the underworld emperor is very great. If he is in the underworld, he can compete with all the people in the sky.
Tai Sui said with a sense of touch, and then the conversation changed. However, don't be afraid, either the emperor of the underworld or the army of the underworld can't come out of the underworld, because without the fog of the underworld, their strength will be greatly reduced and eventually disappear.
Where do you think this is? It's not the underworld, but there's still the fog? Yi Tian asks, deeply worried. Right? Tai Sui seems to have just realized this problem, and then murmured, is what the white bone giant said true? What did he say? Yi Tian immediately realized what Tai Sui meant by the white bone giant.
After all, he found that Tai Sui was in the white bone altar of the ancient temple. He said that the Ming emperor of this generation had a great ambition to expand the territory and sweep all the families of heaven. He also said that the underworld and the demon world had a contract, and the two worlds joined hands, and the first goal was to start the first stop from the Earth star. At first, I thought it was pulling the calf, but now it seems that it's a little hanging. Tai Sui's voice trembled at the end.
My God! Yi Tian is confused.
From Sui Wang's mouth, Yi Tian knows about the demon world, and now he is in the dark fog. It is absolutely possible that the two families join hands. Both sides take what they need and share the fruits of victory.
Now it's not just a matter of the earth, it's the universe. The reason why Yi Tian is confused is not that the demon world and the underworld are going to invade the earth.
He already knows some of the news and has some psychological preparation. What shocked him was that the underworld and the demon world continued to wipe out all the people in the sky after they wanted to wipe out the Earth star.
How much strength does it need?
This kind of strength, if you start with the Earth first, it is impossible for people to compete. At least, even if there are 10,000 such realms, they can't compete with one or two.
Do you want to send this message to all the people of heaven? If you say it yourself, can anyone believe it? What if Tai Sui and himself send this message together? Yi Tian thought a lot about it.
He knew a lot about Zhu Tian and Wanzhou, and finally found that no one would believe him.
Unless it happens.
For example, on the Earth, I will tell others that the underworld is going to invade the Earth, the demon world is going to invade the Earth, and I have to sweep the space.
If anyone believes it, it's really a ghost. No solution. No solution. Still no solution.
Yi Tian had a deep sense of powerlessness for a moment, and immediately he bit his teeth and perked up again. He has so many people to guard, Ning Yao, Qin Luoshan, Shi Xiong, Miliuo Palace, and countless compatriots.
No matter what, we can't accept it like this. We have to fight back anyway.
Those villains who attack themselves have not been punished.
What's the situation now?
Some disciples of Qingming Blessed Land are still taking refuge in the heavens. Parents are still in the underworld to become the bottom of the ghost. Sui Wang also hopes that the Kunlun people in Devil Yuli have not been saved by himself.
Xiao's encouragement is still there.
Huashu paid too much for his rise. Kongming Stone Monkey can enter the ruins of Kunlun for Zishi, but he has no choice and has to die.
Come on, since you are coming, let's fight with you. Either you die or I die.
The only way to stop the cooperation between the demon world and the underworld is to stop or delay the spread of the dark fog. To deal with the demon world, we should make the best use of the power of the square-inch spirit realm and even all the heavenly families. However, whether these two conditions can be achieved is uncertain. However, the general idea already has, it depends on how to operate. Everything depends on the strength to speak. The so-called people speak lightly. If there is no strength, it is estimated that others will not believe what they say, let alone further integrate the strength.
In his mind, Yi Tian doesn't neglect it anymore.
His mind drives Liang Xingkong to continue to explore the fog sea.
Not long ago, Yi Tian saw some dark figures in the sea of fog. They were not very human, but they had human shape.
They had facial features and limbs, but they were composed of a kind of hazy gas.
It's like a ghost.
When Liang Xingkong saw these things, he didn't care and continued to explore. Yi Tian thinks about it, and calls back the heartworm, and lets him continue to live those empty figures. He really drives there with his flying sword.
This is the ghost, the weakest being in the underworld.
With the distance getting closer, Taisui finally made a sound again.
Do ghosts look the same as before? Yi Tian asked softly. This is nature. The soul is born from the heart. The ghost is what it is when it dies. Taisui replied immediately. Yi Tian nodded silently and began to pay attention to the appearance of those ghosts. If there are ghosts of his parents, he can't easily kill them by mistake. The ghosts don't seem to care about the heartworm, but when Yi Tian appears nearby, the ghosts fly over and seem to see the enemy. Yi Tian only feels a stream of resentment rushing to his mind. If he had not closed the sea of knowledge, he would have been affected by these ghost resentments. To put it more popularly, it may be that they are haunted by ghosts. Naturally, Yi Tian is not polite. The magic power is poured into the peach sword in his hand, which makes a crackling sound in an instant. Countless small thunder and lightning power twinkle around the sword and fly around. The ghosts uttered a shrill cry, and the snow melted into nothingness in the thunder and lightning. Is it really a sharp weapon against ghosts? Yi Tian murmured and thought of the Leishui insect in the spirit beast ring. If he could subdue the dozen Leishui insects, he would be a big killer against the underworld. Peach sword in the mana, always burst out strong lightning, Yi Tian in the hand, continue to fly forward. There are many ghosts here, but Yi Tian doesn't want to kill them all. These ghosts are not the climate. His main task is to explore the secret of the Devil's Cave. The peach sword with thunderbolt lightning has become the magic weapon for Yi Tian to open the way. Those wandering ghosts see the sword and keep away. None of them dare to come near to provoke Yi Tian. After a few more miles, Yi Tian suddenly stops. In the picture of my mind, hundreds of skeletons are running here. The action is mechanical, like a puppet. The sense of frustration is very strong, but the speed is not slow. A piece of white flowers is advancing here quickly. A moment later, when these skeletons were about 100 zheng away from Yi Tian, the middle elder of Shumi commandment made a voice again. These are evil spirits. Evil spirits are more powerful than ghosts. To become evil spirits is a kind of spiritual cultivation and has magic power. Those skeletons are just props. After the ferocious spirit is attached to the bones, they not only have the power of soul attack, but also can issue force attack. Do you see that? The bones held by those skeletons are weapons, bone knives, and bone guns. If you want to kill the evil spirits, you need to get rid of the bones first. That's easy. The peach sword is a weapon to kill ghosts, but if you want to get rid of the bones, the efficiency of the peach sword is lower. Yi Tian nods and thinks to himself that there are still some advantages of carrying a Taisui on his back. This guy has long knowledge. It's like eating crabs to break the shell and then eat the meat inside. Yi Tian quickly handed the peach sword to his left hand, and his right hand held the fierce flying sword in his hand. The magic power urges the fierce soldier to fly the sword, and sends out a buzzing sound to shoot at the running skeletons. The fierce swords are invincible. It's as easy to deal with these skeletons as cutting melons and vegetables. The skeletons burst one after another under fierce attack. Inside, the evil spirit lost cover, but did not retreat, but in the shape of a ghost to continue to Yi Tian this side. Yi Tian saw clearly that these evil spirits not only had faster speed than ordinary ghosts, but also had more solid body than ordinary ghosts. Even the attack on Hunyan is much stronger. A sneer appeared on Yi Tian's lips. The peach sword was handed over to his right hand and sent out the power of thunder and lightning to destroy the evil spirit. The rest of the ghosts who haven't come and pounce on you, plus your situation, seem to be extremely scared, and those who don't dare to come again, all of them give way around. Master, don't think that the peach sword is invincible in the underworld. The evil spirit is the lowest level of the underworld cultivation, and then there are the underworld soldiers, the underworld general, the underworld king, the underworld emperor, the underworld god, the underworld Zun, and the underworld emperor. The more advanced the Ming Xiu, the more powerful the Fu Gu he chooses. If he can't break the Fu Gu, the peach sword won't work. Even if the bones are broken, powerful ghosts have other powers. What's more, Ming Xiu also has the magic power of sacrificing tarsal bones. Otherwise, where do those bone knives and bone guns come from? Seeing Yi Tiansha happy, Taisui opened the underworld science popularization mode for him. So it is.
Yi Tian manipulated the fierce flying sword and said, that is to say, after the ghost possessed the bone, he also had the ability of a monk to refine weapons? Yes, because ghosts of the underworld fit best with bones, they usually use bone artifacts.
Don't underestimate the bone artifacts. After being refined, they are not necessarily worse than the monk's magic weapons or immortal artifacts. Moreover, their appendages are usually from powerful monks or spirit beasts. So don't be surprised when you see the bones of animals. Whether it's the hell repair or the hell beast, it's basically a ghost. However, if a bone appendage is used to, it will not be replaced unless the original bone has been damaged. Because it takes a long time for the ghost to fit with the bone to reach a high degree of fit. Tai Sui said a lot about it, which opened Ye's eyes. At this time, hundreds of skeletons had been cut to pieces by fierce soldiers' flying swords, turned into piles of bones and scattered on the hills. Yi Tianchao waved his fierce sword, but he felt something strange when it came. Resentment. That fierce soldier flying sword is absorbing the resentment in the dark fog madly.
Resentment into the flying sword issued a buzzing sound of vibration, the red and black light of the sword body flashing issued a misty light. Moreover, Yi Tian Shinhai, through the connection with the fierce sword, feels that a surge of fierce intention is growing on the sword.
In the ancient temple, the fierce soldier's flying sword once engulfed resentment. For a long time, it was normal. Today, it happens again.
There are some worries in Yi Tian's heart. He is always afraid that he will be attacked by this flying sword one day. Well, I can see that this is the immortal soldier channeling.
Its original owner must have a deep hatred with the underworld.
He devours the resentment of the underworld, which is also a process of his own evolution. Master, as long as you can make more sacrifices, this sword will be your magic weapon to sweep the underworld.
Seems to see the worry of the leaf day, too old suddenly light ESA.
Yi Tian nodded slightly, trying to continue to control the flying sword. Fortunately, the flying sword is still in control. During this period of time, he used the flying sword for a long time, but he reduced the time of sacrifice and cultivation, and he didn't reach the point of the combination of the divine sword and the sword. It seems that he will have to work harder in the future. When Yi Tian calls back the flying sword, he doesn't put it away immediately. He feels the buzzing sound of the sword.
Yi Tian lets it continue to devour the resentment in the dark fog.
Next, though, he was more careful. The 4 monks of Dongjian ruins fell in the dark fog.
It must not be the evil spirit.
The evil spirit has no such strength. Even the bones scattered around their bodies seem to be stronger than the tarsals of these evil spirits. The fierce soldier's flying sword continued to swallow the resentment, and gave out a sword sound, and the sword body always gave out a faint red and black light.
Yi Tian continued to explore forward. The source of Heaven's Eye is a bit more cautious.
Some broken bones can still be seen in front, which should be the murderous spirits killed by the 4 monks in Dongjian ruins. A further distance ahead, the undulating terrain gradually becomes larger, from the hilly area into the mountains and fields.
What a strange place.
Yi Tian looked up. In the vast desert, there was such a rolling mountain. Looking at the crisscross peaks and mountains in the distance, Yi Tian suddenly felt a shock in his heart. It seemed that he was familiar with the terrain, but he seemed to have seen it there.
You right. Definitely somewhere.
In retrospect, Yi Tian gestured and took out a brocade box from Shumi Ring. Open the lid, revealing the inside of the gold foil. There are 2 pieces of gold foil, Yi Tian took up, looking at the mountains and rivers above the terrain contrast.
2 gold foil is like as 2 peas, but not one of them, but the landscape of one of them is almost the same as the mountain peaks in the distance.
Among the 3 peaks, the peaks on both sides are higher, and the ones in the middle are slightly lower, but they are larger than those on both sides. They are short and vigorous, and the 2 sides are high and steep. However, there is no similarity in the figure drawn on another gold foil, while the grimace mark is on this gold foil.
Maybe this kind of mountain is deep in the dark fog. Yi Tian thinks that all the mountains he sees are through the source eye. In the dark fog, after all, the range he can see is limited. If the place marked on the picture is really here, what does the grimace mark represent? Where is the treasure? Who are you suppressing? Or is that the entrance to the underworld?
Yi Tianyi has come up with several possibilities, but which one needs final verification?
Maybe neither.
No matter how originally inexplicable, see two pieces of gold foil, finally have a clue. Tian will not give up to continue to pursue.
He directed the heartworm to fly far away and continue to explore the terrain.
Two heartworms fly at a very fast speed, and Tian mostly focuses on mountains and rivers. Before they found anything, the two heartworms did not know what terrible things they saw. They suddenly stopped. Even after a few breaths, they flew back uncontrollably.
There is a sense of fear in his mind.
Yi Tianyuan's eye shines through and carefully observes the front of Lianxin insect. In a short time, Yi Tian finally finds out that there are dozens of white skeletons, holding bone knives and bone guns, coming from the deep fog. Many bone scaffolds run in the mountains and fields, especially when they jump from a high position. The distance is 3 or 4 feet.
This scene is extremely spectacular.
Don't worry, it's a magic general, but it's similar to the sea view of the Terran friars, and the one behind is more powerful.
That's the Demon King, which is equivalent to the Dragon's Gate realm of the Terran friars. Tai Sui suddenly made a sound again. As soon as the words are finished, Yi Tian finally sees Tai Sui's that guy in Liangxingkong's field of vision. It's a white skeleton with a height of nearly Zhang. I don't see how to run.
It's just coming step by step, but it's like shrinking into inches.
It's a long way to go.
Yi Tian calls back Liangxingkong and begins to retreat slowly. By the time they were 3 or 4 miles away, the white bones and skeletons were close at hand.
Without any greetings, dozens of white bones and skeletons rushed towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian had already sensed it.
Indeed, as Tai Sui said, these people's Yin and cold breath was around the sea view. Some were slightly stronger, some were slightly weaker, but they were all within the sea view. Yi Tian glanced at the king of the underworld who followed him. Seeing that he didn't mean to fight, he disappeared in front of many white skeletons. It is Feng Dan and Yin Sha that open at the same time.
Those skeletons don't care, as if Yi Tian didn't disappear, they directly kill Yi Tian's invisible place.
The underworld is the body of ghosts, and the mind is more powerful than you think. He uses the mind to lock all your actions, including your position, instead of seeing them with his eyes, but it's more powerful than his eyes.
Tai Sui makes a sound in time and explains a few words to Yi Tian.
Yi Tian nodded slightly. Since this move is not easy to use, then fight hard, no matter what. He wants to try the depth of the underworld. Urge the fierce soldier in the hand to fly the sword. The flying sword instantly turns into more than 2 meters long, struggling to chop down a white skeleton in front of him. When the red and black fierce sword was falling, it suddenly sent out a white light, and the body of the sword almost split with the white light at the same time. However, the very strong-looking white skeleton was cut into 2 pieces, and then exploded. A dark shadow stumbles out of the skeleton. The peach sword of Yi Tian's left hand bursts out the power of thunder and lightning. He cuts it down with one sword and completely obliterates it. With a successful attack, the fierce soldier's flying sword sends out a buzzing and vibrating sound, which actually conveys a wisp of consciousness to continue to kill Yi Tian. This is the immortal soldier channeling? Yi Tian seems to have realized something. He has already felt something strange when he cut the sword just now. The sword's cutting speed is not only faster than before, but also more powerful. Is it because it devours the resentment in the fog? A little distracted, he quickly waved the fierce sword again. At this time, more than a dozen white bones and skeletons shot bone knives and bone guns at him. Those bone guns and bone swords dragged the dazzling white light, and the power was very terrible. Yi Tian dances his fierce flying sword and turns it into a sky full of swords to protect him. Click! Click! More than a dozen clear sounds rang out one after another, and the bones of the white skeleton were cut in 2 by the fierce soldier's flying swords. The scene is like fireworks flying all over the sky, very spectacular. At the same time, Yi Tian takes out a spirit beast bag and releases a shadowless snake to one of the skeletons. The projective speed was very fast. With a bang, the shadowless snake was bounced back, and the white skeleton was also hit by a huge force of the shadowless snake. Yi Tian is very clear, the shadowless snake not only hit the skeleton, but also bit the skeleton, but next, the skeleton is a jump, it seems not hurt. The shadowless snake did not give up, but hit again, accurately shot into the eye socket of the skeleton, and flew back from another bird's nest.
Tian put away the shadowless snake. The experiment was successful, but the attack failed. This attack didn't cause any damage to the white skeleton.
It seems that the spirit insects have no place to use here. These hell generals are too special.
After the sacrifice of the bone is too strong.
The skeletons who lost the bone knife and the bone gun didn't shrink back. After everyone sent out a clear wind blade to Tian, the bone knife and the bone gun appeared again in their hands. Even some white skeletons have bone knives or guns in both hands.
Tian's eyes coagulated, but he didn't see how they made bone gun or bone knife.
Master, is it strange that he is good at sacrificing and refining bones? By the way, he has also refined bones into storage space.
No one knows how many things are hidden in them. Taisui explained to Tian in time. What a strange bunch of things.
Tian is really grateful to Taisui at this time. In this dark fog, he has given himself a lot of help, and he has avoided many detours, so that his understanding of the underworld is gradually deepening.
Next, Tian experimented with some other treasures step by step. The little mirror artifact doesn't work for the secret repair.
The golden sphere's magic power of mirage and aura has no effect on the small mirror. The effective one is the golden cone attack, but the effect is obviously not as good as the fierce soldier's flying sword. Hoyi's bow can cause damage to bones and skeletons, but it's not as fast as the fierce soldier's flying sword.
Even Yi Tianlian's mountain axe, Dian and the red Banxian soldier came out to test.
All of these can launch physical attacks and exert great power, but they are not as happy as the fierce soldiers with flying swords. In this way, Tian had a foundation in his heart, so he only used the fierce flying sword and peachwood sword to fight against the enemy. In the process of the experiment, he successively chopped up 6 or 7 white bones and skeletons, and his soul was destroyed by Tian's peachwood sword under the power of lightning. The Jiangsu's skeleton was still standing in the rear, as if the life and death of these generals had nothing to do with it. The fierce soldier's flying sword was humming and shaking.
While attacking and killing, it was still absorbing the resentment in the dark fog.
Tian fell bloodthirsty from the sword, but there was no doubt that the power of the fierce flying sword was growing gradually. When the last Ming general was crushed by Tian and killed by the peachwood sword, the motionless demon army's jaw suddenly rattled and gave out a gruesome laugh. Jeblast. When the word explosion came out, Tian was surprised. He felt that the purple rune with a grimace in Dantian suddenly vibrated. This purple gold rune is in the ancient temple, and the giant of white bone entered into Tian Jing. Tian tried his best to take it out. Out of the sense of uncertainty about unknown things, Tian always uses the original spirit fire to continuously refine in the elixir field. With the word explosion of Ming Jun, the purple gold rune is ready to move. In a big surprise, Tian quickly wraps the purple gold rune layer by layer with the original spirit fire, and then uses the mana to continue to wind it up, as if it were a big zongzi. Poof! The purple gold rune vibrated for a moment, and finally all the changes came out with a light sound, but the movement was not big, just like farting, and it did not produce a strong explosive force. Tian frowns and feels that he doesn't have any discomfort. He looks inside in a hurry, but the purple gold rune in the elixir field disappears without a trace.
He can't see any trace anymore. Since the word explosion came out, Ming Jun didn't do anything else. He stood there and looked at Tian quietly. He said that he was looking at Tian, but Tian felt that the 2 black holes in his nose were facing him. Meditation has no eyes. Until Tian checks his body and makes sure that there is really no problem, he looks coldly at Ming Jun.
Why didn't you die? Why didn't you die? The Dark King sends out hoarse voice, turn over and over only have such a words. Leaf Day can't see its facial expression, but from the voice can hear the shock inside to occupy the huge proportion.
Then go to hell.
Tian Pao drinks, the fierce sword in his hand flashes red and black light, and suddenly cuts off the Demon King's skull.
Jia Jia. Ming Jun knows that Tian's fierce flying sword is very powerful.
He gives out a gruesome laugh, and suddenly flashes to the side. The whole skeleton turns into a white shadow to avoid the fierce flying sword.
Then he drifted to Tian, opened 5 white phalanges and thrust them into his head. This blow made Yi Tian feel extremely dangerous. It's too fast. It's like computer programming. There's nothing stagnant about the action. Yi Tian is also very fast. With the help of the power of the magic weapon boots on his feet, he suddenly retreats, and retreats tens of feet in the blink of an eye. The Dark King opened his fingers, like a maggot of tarsal bone, and like the shadow of Yi Tian. He was always 10 feet away from Yi Tian, ready to insert it at any time. Yi Tian draws an arc with his right fierce sword and cuts it at the arm bone of Ming Jun. It was at this time that the speed was slightly affected, and the 5 fingers in Yi Tian's body were shortened by nearly a foot. When the fierce soldier's flying sword cuts his arm bone, Ming Jun's arm bone, together with his metacarpal bone and phalanx, suddenly disintegrates and turns into many white shadows. With the power of terror, he shoots at Yi Tian. The speed of this burst is too fast. It is much faster than the speed of Ming Jun himself. It is almost a pouring of white shadow, which has been shot in front of Yi Tian. Earth Beetle! Earth Beetle! Yi Tianlian drinks twice, and 2 layers of earth armor appear on his body. Almost at the same time, 2 previously captured shield defense magic weapons suddenly appear in front of him. Kong! 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 A heavy impact sound then sounded, the scattered bones hit the shield, and the shield was forced to hit Yi Tian. Under the defense of 2 layers of earth armor, Yi Tian's body still flew backward. Yi Tian controls his figure and falls to the ground, feeling a sharp pain in front of his chest. This Dark Lord is really powerful. His attack means are too hard to defend. Yi Tian knows very well that if he doesn't deal with it in time and has immortal body, he may have to suffer a heavy blow today. The king of the underworld is the rank of the Longmen monk of the human race. I'm not a layman. Yi Tian has rich experience in fighting. In Fangsuan spirit realm, he also practiced little by little from Longmen realm to Yupu realm. He knows the fighting power of the monks in Longmen realm very well. Judging from the strength that King Ming just played out, he has at least the fighting capacity of Longmen in the middle period. In the middle of the sea view, Yi Tian's eyes were more dignified than those in the middle of the Longmen view. Why didn't you die? Why didn't you die? There was still a hoarse voice in Ming Juan's mouth. With a flash of white bones, the scattered broken bones suddenly flew back and joined together again on Ming Juan's right arm to form a complete arm bone. Even the phalanges were arranged perfectly, as if they had never been decomposed. He is good at refining weapons and can refine bones into magic weapons. This method is really powerful. Yi Tian calmed down after he was enraged. Although he was in pain, he was not hurt. After this fight, he got something. At least he knew the means of attack. The Ming King attached his bones to recover, and suddenly sent out Jie's laughter again. Different from before, this kind of laughter stabbed into Yi Tian's mind like an all-a-soul attack. Yi Tianjin defends his mind and shoots his fierce sword to the King Ming. He saw that the Dark Lord was not without weakness. Although his tarsal bone looked very strong, he was still afraid of his fierce sword. From the beginning to the end, Ming Jun has never had a direct collision with the fierce sword. Sure enough, this time the tactics adopted by Ming Jun confirmed Yi Tian's conjecture. When the sword came, Ming Jun just dodged and did not dare to collide with the fierce sword with any part of the skeleton. The devil is so fast that he avoids the fierce sword, and the white shadow pounces on Yi Tian again. The cold light in Yi Tianyan's eyes is coagulated, and a little bit of Samadhi's real fire flies to Ming Jun. There was a slight sound, and the ghost's skull was burned by Samadhi's fire. In a moment, a deep hole appeared, and the tarsals around the hole seemed to be melted, showing uneven marks. Samadhi's fire can defeat the enemy, but it's a pity that his own Samadhi's fire is too little. Yi Tian reaches out his hand and brings Samadhi real fire into the Dantian again. While controlling the fierce sword to intercept the pursuit of Ming Jun, Yi Tian draws the fire line of the original spirit fire and Samadhi real fire from the Dantian. Start weaving the lotus. Yi Tian has woven the lotus of spirit fire many times, and his technique is quite skilled. It seems that Ming Jun also knows that Yi Tian is using some means to deal with himself. Maybe his absolute self-confidence makes him not care. It repeatedly evaded the fierce sword and tried to kill Yi Tian,
a Terran monk who had killed many of them in the dark fog. Yi Tian's heart is used in two ways. On the one hand, he avoids the king of hell, and on the other hand, he weaves the lotus. Several times, he was almost close to Ming Jun. Fortunately, his fierce flying sword had a strong shock effect on this guy, so he managed to maintain a similar situation. But for Yi Tian, it's already dangerous. A moment later, when the last thread of fire was incorporated into the field array of Linghuashan lotus, the flower pot-sized Linghuashan lotus glowed with red light, glowing with high temperature, just like a blooming lotus, which was held in the palm of Yi Tian. If I don't teach you a lesson, you really don't know why the flowers are so red. Yi Tian snorts coldly to himself. He opens his mind and controls the fierce sword to shrink towards him. Ming Jun takes a look at Linghuo Shenlian. He still doesn't care and continues to fight Yi Tian. He knew that Yi Tian's cultivation was weak, but he was more cunning. This also provides a good mobile meeting for Yi Tian. When the fierce soldier's flying sword returns to Yi Tian's left hand, the Dark Lord can rush to Yi Tian about 3 zhang in front of him. Go with a flick of his finger, Yi Tian shoots Linghuashan lotus on his palm at Ming Jun. Ming Jun's white metacarpal bone doesn't care. He slaps Linghuashan lotus heavily. Before it was photographed, Yi Tian suddenly yelled, "Explosion!" With Samadhi's true fire, the lotus of spirit fire bursts out. It sounds like the earth is shaking. In the power of the terrible explosion, the tarsal bones of Ming Jun are blown apart and fall everywhere. Thanks to Yi Tian's early preparation, the application of Feng Dun's technique was launched in a flash, and he avoided it from afar, which did not affect him. However, when the explosion had just subsided, Yi Tian turned on Feng Dun and Insha at the same time, holding a peachwood sword and cutting to the Emperor Ming, who was separated from the bones. This does not calculate. The leaf day in the mouth again. Big drinks a thunder. From the sky, several thick lightning bolts fell on the huge soul of Ming Jun, which was like black fog. The peach sword also penetrated into the soul of Ming Jun at the same time. The two kinds of thunderbolt and lightning complement each other, and the thunder is powerful. Although it is not as powerful as the thunder on the peach sword, it also has a strong lethality to the soul. It was at the moment of thunder and lightning that the soul of Ming Jun roared. The human form was shattered by electricity and soon disappeared. Yi Tian reaches out his hand and calls back the peachwood sword. Yuan Tian's eye looks for the fragments of Ming Jun's bones, and then puts them away one by one. For this kind of thing, Yi Tian wants to study it. Tai Sui says that the bone of Ming Xiu is also a magic weapon for storing things. He also wants to see if he can open it. No matter how hard it is, Yi Tian doesn't want to leave such a powerful accessory bone to other repair workers, even if it is made into a bone gun or a bone knife. When all the bones have been collected and Yi Tian gang wants to continue to explore, a chilling picture comes from Liang Xingkong's field of vision. A huge white skeleton came to him with countless dark corrections. How much is this? There are white bones and skeletons all over the mountains and fields. Master, run. The leader is Hades in Shumi commandment. Taisui's anxious voice came at this time. Well, what is the Ghost King? It may not catch up with me. Hearing Taisui say the word Ghost King, Yi Tianling snorts, steps on the fierce sword, and calls the heartworm to escape to the fog. It's so hard to deal with Ming Jun that Yi Tian won't have a blind encounter with the more powerful Pluto. The most important thing is that he has used Linghuashan lotus. The original Linghua and Samadhi Jinhui and Dantian are very weak, so it's impossible to support him to weave the next Linghuashan lotus. I'm sorry I didn't have a fight with Hades. But Yi Tian still has self-knowledge. The king of the underworld is equivalent to the realm of the Dragon's Gate of the human friars, but the king of the underworld is equivalent to the realm of the golden elixir of the human friars. Yi Tian is not confident enough to compete with the level of Hades in the golden elixir realm. In general, he has tried to find out the attack method and strength of Mingxiu. He is lucky to be able to kill Ming Jun. After all, that Ming Jun is stupid and gives himself the chance to use Linghuo Shenlian. It's just a pity that Yi Tian can't find the terrain depicted on the gold foil in the fog sea, but he believes that the place must be in the dark fog. Moreover, he was sure that this was the entrance to the underworld, otherwise there would not be so many meditation. Yi Tian flies away in front of him. The underworld, who was nearly 2 feet behind him, starts to throw away the underworld army and chase Tian alone. This huge white skeleton flies in the dark fog like a white line, and its speed is terrible.
Fortunately, it was not too far for Tian to enter the dark fog.
Soon he rushed out of the dark fog and came to the vast desert. Behind him, the underworld rushed out, but seeing that Tian had gone far away, he did not stay outside too much, but howled and hurried back to the fog. In the distance, Tian stood up in the air, and the fierce sword at his feet hummed, as if his heart was unwilling. After a little meditation, Tian hit the fierce flying sword with a magic power, turned the sword into the size of a thumb, put it into the elixir field, and began to sacrifice with the weak original spirit fire and samadhi fire.
The fierce soldier flying sword is indeed abnormal.
We should eliminate some uncertain factors in the bud as far as possible. After everything is done, he takes a deep look at the dark fog in the distance.
Tian is ready to leave here. Those unsolved mysteries can only be explored later. At least one's own cultivation needs to beat the underworld and enter the fog to be meaningful.
However, when he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly frowned and slowly approached the dark fog for a distance.
At a glance, he found something that worried him.
Once upon a time, he stood outside the dark fog for a long time and left many footprints on the sand, but now there are no footprints on the edge of the dark fog. Such deep footprints cannot be smoothed by the wind.
Tianyuan's eyes shine through, and he looks into the fog. The result that he doesn't want to believe is finally presented to him.
The footprints he was looking for were not outside the fog, but in the fog, 2 or 3 meters away from the edge of the fog.
What does this mean?
It's easy for Tian to think that in the short period of time when he entered the dark fog, the sea of fog spread 2 or 3 meters outward.
This speed is really shocking.
The fog sea is hundreds of miles in circumference, and its area is so large that it extends 2 or 3 meters outwards on average.
How many deserts beyond the dark fog should be shrouded in the dark fog?
If calculated at this speed, the expansion of the underworld on Earth will be extremely amazing. Tian stood on the edge of the fog sea for a moment.
Finally, he had to admit that it was a cruel fact. Originally standing outside the dark fog, I have entered the dark fog after a period of time. It seems that the situation is even more serious than I thought at first. Tian calls out a magic weapon, flying sword, and leaves the fog sea.
Compared with leaving the insect valley in southern Yunnan, Tian's heart is particularly heavy this time. 2 days later, in front of Tianzhu Mountain, a shadow imperial sword came from a distance. Tian drives his flying sword to the gate of Qingming sect and falls down. It used to belong to Qingming sect, but now it is a branch of Miluo Palace. Although there is no one in the temple,
Tian enters the sect from the field array he has set up. His mind is free. It's still the same as when he left. There's no change at all.
Tian walks slowly among the pavilions, along the road paved with bluestones, until he comes to the deep Tongtian Tower.
Step by step, Tian's brows are locked and he ascends to the 9th floor.
Looking at the yin-yang fish still as mysterious as before, Tian made a good defense and entered it.
The last time he entered the tower, he was still cultivating in the cave. Now he is in the middle of the sea view. Theoretically, it should be easier to cross the space passage. However, this is not the case. In the space channel, Tian not only feels dizzy as usual, but also feels the more powerful space-squeezing force. Fortunately, Tian has become immortal. Otherwise, even if he defends with all his strength, he will be extremely embarrassed if he has to go through such a strong squeeze. This is also the confirmation of some information about the space channel obtained from the soul searching of the coming monks. The higher the realm is, the stronger the space-squeezing force will be. The result is only one is that the person entering the space channel is injured or crashed, the other is that the space channel is damaged or collapsed. Therefore, it is not so easy for the square-inch spiritual realm to come through the space channel. Resisting the strong pressure, Tian successfully passed the space channel and entered the Qingmingzong small world. Here, as before, there is no change. Green mountains, green water, and bamboo forest once again recalled Tian's infinite memories of the past years. With a slight sigh, Tian took out the time and space tower from Shumi Ring, enlarged it and put it beside the bamboo forest. Luotian, come out with me. Yi Tian enters into the Tower of Time and Space, and waits for a moment.
Until Qin Luo God Qingming decides to run a complete Zhou Tian, Yi Tian Kai speaks.
Yi Tian, you see, I have 5 floors in the cave.
Qin Luoshan opens his eyes, looks at Yi Tian in front of him, and reports his good news with a smile on his face.
Luoshan, your entry is really shocking. Yi Tian is speechless for a while. This speed is more than shocking.
If other friars know about it, they don't know how many of them will want to find a piece of tofu to kill them.
But I'm too slow.
Qin Luoshan's frown is also so good-looking, but this sentence makes Yi Tian have an impulse to vomit blood. Continue to refuel, but practice should also combine work with rest.
Go outside and relax. Yi Tian pulls up Qin Luoshan and walks out of the Time and Space Tower. Wow, what a beautiful view.
When Qin Luo God saw the scenery of Qingmingzong, he couldn't help exclaiming. Immediately, she began to stand by the bamboo forest, looking around at the scenery, looking very carefully.
Soon, a perplexed expression appeared on her face.
She seemed to be meditating and recalling. She felt as if she had seen a shadow and could not understand what it was or grasp what it was.
Yi Tian quietly looks at Qin Luo God and doesn't speak. Until at last, Qin Luo God takes back his eyes, looks at Yi Tian, frowns and says, "This is the blessed land of Qingming? Can you feel it?"
Yi Tian has been trying to find out how much influence Ningyao had on Qin Luo God when they occupied his body. From the speed of practicing Qingming Daoju, this kind of influence must exist, otherwise she would never have this kind of speed.
Qin Luoshan nodded slightly, and his face was still confused. I can remember some, but I can't say it.
Seeing this place, I feel very excited and nostalgic, sad and happy, as if this is my home.
You have to believe what I said, the memory of Ning Yao has been left in my mind. I am still the god of Qin Luo, but there is still the shadow of Ning Yao.
I know you are Qin Luo God, you are still you. You just walk into Ning Yao's world, feel her past and witness her joys and sorrows.
Don't worry, I always regard you as Qin Luo God, not Ning Yao.
Ning Yao is here. Yi Tian stroked his stomach and looked inside to see the spirit seed sleeping quietly in the elixir field.
Qin Luoshan is silent and smiles.
She is her, I am me, I can't replace that person after all. Maybe he cares about himself just because he has her shadow.
But, so what? Meeting is enough.
There was a breeze, and they walked silently through the bamboo forest side by side, speechless, only the grass at their feet was rustling. Yi Tian occasionally looks at the figure next to him. It seems that time goes back to those years.
You've been very busy these days. Pay more attention to your health. Don't carry anything by yourself. For a long time, Qin Luo finally broke the silence.
Yi Tian's voice is low, just like this, I'm still afraid I can't carry it. Qin Luo knows about the coming of the monk in the square-inch spirit realm, but she doesn't know about the demon world and the underworld.
However, the coming of the monk in the square-inch spirit realm is a headache enough.
At this moment, she hates herself very much and can't help Yi Tian. Looking at the emaciated man around her, she just silently accompanied him, and walked all the way to the edge of this small world. Yi Tian stands at the edge, with Yuan Tian's eyes shining through, carefully looking at the field of the small world. It's not the first time Yi Tian has observed this field. He had seen it when he first entered here. However, at that time, he had not met on Yuan Mountain and had not received the ancient book that on Yuan Mountain gave him. With his attainments in field array at that time, he just thought that this field needed to be broken. According to his estimation, he is far from breaking through this field.
Qin Luoshan didn't disturb him.
He just looked at Yi Tian quietly beside him. Occasionally, he looked at the boundary of the gray world.
It was really monotonous there. There were no flowers, no grass, just the monotonous gray as before.
But Yi Tian is so careful, so serious, occasionally frown slightly, occasionally meditate, occasionally look up to meditate. Serious men are the most attractive, even Qin Luo God is willing to have such a leaf day. Here, let her eyebrows shorter, dusk snootsangshan.
There is no rising sun and setting moon in the small world.
I don't know how many times, Qin Luoshan finally saw Yi Tian show a smile, eyebrows gradually relaxed, handsome face a little more firm.
However, Yi Tian didn't say much.
He still looked in front of him.
in Qin Luo God's seemingly ordinary field, until finally, Tian sat down and began to take out a Shumi ring.
Qin Luo God knows that every Shumi ring represents the fall of a powerful monk, and every Shumi ring also represents that Tian experienced a fight between life and death.
And the things taken out of Shumi commandment are undoubtedly Tian's spoils. Here you are, the death talisman and the little moving talisman.
When Tian Xing ordered, he handed him two things.
Qin Luoshan took the two things in silence.
She was no stranger to them. She had them in her own Shumi commandment. They were all given to her by Tian.
This sword is also for you.
Tian handed him a red sword, Bangxianbing.
Qin Luoshan also takes over.
Before, Tian has given her a flying sword, and her level is very high.
Now she receives Tian's gift again. She suddenly has a premonition. Tian, where are you going? She couldn't help asking. I can't find the elixir I need on the earth. If I want to go there, I can meet my needs there.
Tian counted the spoils and said without raising his head.
Isn't that dangerous? Many people there want you to die.
If they know you are reborn, they will try their best to destroy you again.
Qin Luo said in surprise.
Tian's face is calm, and his voice doesn't have a trace of ups and downs, as if what he said is not about his life and death. I know, but I have no other choice.
I have been to almost all the places I can go on Earth. I don't have time to wait any longer.
If I go, I may die, but in this way, on Earth, I will die. Not only I will die, but many people on Earth will die. There is no escape.
Qin Luo God sees Tian's determination and knows that he won't change his mind anymore. It's useless to persuade him. Bored as a man, do something, do nothing, need to do their own, even life and death, have no time to take care of. This is what Tian once said to Ning Yao.
It is so clear in Qin Luo's mind at this time.
Since it can't be changed, Qin Luoshan looked at Tian stubbornly. Tian, wherever you go, take me with you. Even if you die, I will die with you. Tian stops his action and turns to look at Qin Luoshan.
When he meets the firm eyes of this beautiful woman, he wants to say something, but he doesn't say it at last.
All the persuasion seems meaningless. Should she be advised of the danger? It's no use.
She said she'd die with her.
Is she a burden?
It's no use, because she will say she will always be in the Time Tower.
Okay, I'll take you with me. Finally, Tian only said this sentence. Qin Luoshan is happy, but she doesn't accompany Tian anymore. Instead, she goes into the Time and Space Tower and continues to practice.
She is eager to become stronger and help Tian. Although this process takes a long time, she won't give up her efforts bit by bit.
Tian continues to clean up the spoils.
What he needs most is the spirit material and elixir, but these two things are very limited, and Tian is helpless. The quality of the pills seized is very low, which is far from meeting their own needs. The same is true for Linkai, a few of which are unable to support their own alchemy.
Fortunately, there are a lot of Lingyu, some semi-magic weapons and magic weapons.
Put everything together, Tian took out the elixir, and the elixir from Shumi commandment, which was picked from Changgu, and began to refine the elixir. More than an hour later, 2 pieces of Wapindan appeared in Tian's hands. It's made for the dragon demon. In addition to the alchemist's attainments, the grade of the elixir also depends on the type of elixir and the spirit material needed. Without strong Dan effect, it is impossible to reach too high level. Just like these 2 cultivation pills for the 4th level spirit beast, the highest level is 5 grades. Put away the pills, took out all the 1 yuan heavy water and the big seal half immortal soldier. The original spirit fire and samadhi fire, which have been restored, are called out by Tian. Under the refining of the fire, 1 yuan heavy water and big seal gradually change color.
At a certain moment, Tian yelled, "Wrong!" 1 yuan of heavy water turns into black steam and melts into the seal. The weight of this half-immortal soldier is constantly sinking. Until the last moment, all the heavy water of 1 yuan was absorbed by Tian, without any waste. Tian then hit Tian with a magic power, reduced it to the size of a thumb cap, put it into the Dan field, and began to sacrifice.
After all this, Yi Tian looked at the field around Xia Oceania again and left here from the space channel.
2 days later, Yi Tian appeared over the Tianqi Lake in Changbai Mountain.
From the surface, there is no change here. It is still a pool of water in tile blue, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds. A moment later, the pool water turned out a huge spray, and the dragon demon turned into a human figure came out of the water.
God, is there any good thing to find me? The voice of the dragon demon is loud and clear, and Yi Tian glances at the dragon demon, showing a trace of surprise on his face. On that day, when they separated from the dragon demon, the realm of the dragon demon was still at the top of the 3rd level, which had not been seen for a long time, and had entered the 4th level. Haha, I've said for a long time that I'm repairing my accomplishments, not recultivating, so I need to enter the country quickly. I'd like to thank you for repairing Long Dan. Otherwise, I may never find this power again, even though it's still too weak for me.
The dragon demon seems to be in a good mood and talks a lot. Here, the pills you need. Yi Tian swung a jade bottle, and there were 2 pills for the dragon demon. The dragon demon took the jade bottle and opened it to have a look. When he smelled the fragrance on the pill, he was even more happy. Thank you, God.
Cut the crap and come with me.
It's time for you to fulfill your blood oath. Yi Tian waved and took the lead to fly away from here. The dragon demon grabs a grain and puts it in his mouth.
Without saying more, he chases Yi Tian away.
There's no problem in refining pills, but it's very difficult to find the spiritual materials you need. Follow me to the Miluo Palace, and I'll go around to find the spiritual materials for you.
While walking, Yi Tian said, No problem, my blood oath will come true. Dragon demon nodded slightly, not a bit reluctant.
1 day later, Yi Tian takes the dragon demon back to Miluo Palace.
After settling down, he immediately leaves Jiangnan City and goes to Nanhai City.
Nanhai Vocational and Technical College is located in a relatively remote suburb. Now the college has been relocated and changed into Jiangnan Guwu College. When Yi Tian arrived at the gate of the college by taxi, Shixiong had been waiting here for quite a while.
It's not easy to see you, Yi. See Yi Tian, Shixiong and Yi Tian's chest beat a punch, up to a strong hug. You know what?
In the final exam, you are the first in your grade, and all of you get full marks. Those guys are suspicious of life because of you. You said scholarship treat, and several guys told me about it.
It's not a matter to eat. I may be short of time. When I'm free, you can arrange it for me. How about here? Are you used to it? Yi Tian embraces Shixiong's neck and asks. There's nothing I'm not used to. I grew up in the mountains and I'm used to suffering. I just feel a little pressure. Have you seen the news recently? A village in northern Xinjiang was attacked by Tianwai friars and many people died.
There are pictures on the bulletin board of the college. The president said that the situation in the future may be more serious than that.
Let's study hard and protect our country in the future. Shixiong is so easy to see Yi Tian that he can't stop talking. Then he asked Yi Tian, Yi, do you think the headmaster is a little exaggerating? He said that if we can't do it well, the earth is still in danger of destruction. I don't think it's as good as that. Who is the headmaster? Yi Tian didn't answer Shixiong's question. He asked first. Principal Zheng's name is Zheng Peng.
I heard that he was transferred from a place called Guwu Research Association. During the conversation, the clear bell rings in the college. Shixiong takes a look at the college, there will be a meeting, and the class begins.
Now the management is very strict.
No one is allowed to be late or leave early. If he is absent from class, he will be punished for financial aid.
Are there many grants? Yi Tian asked with a smile.
Every month more than 10,000, school backs so much money, a lot of people want to come in, but did not wake up Lingzhen or not.
But the system is still very strict.
If you violate the regulations of the college, you will be fined 1,000 yuan at a time. Shixiong is excited with some tension.
In this way, if you ask for a leave with President Zhang, you can say that Meng Haoran's friends came to see you. It should be no problem.
Yi Tian's time is also very tight, so he gives Shixiong an idea. Anyway, it's impossible for him to confront Meng Haoran. Even if he does, he can deal with it.
I grass, okay, Yi, why don't you say that you are friends with Li Bai? Shi Xiong doesn't know that Meng Haoran is the president of the Ancient Martial Arts Research Association.
He thinks Yi Tian is joking, and he comes along with him.
Li Bai is not as good as Meng Haoran. Li Bai was imprisoned by Meng Haoran for 3 years. Yi Tian thought of the incident and laughed. This Meng Haoran is not that Meng Haoran. I said that Meng Haoran has the same name as that poet. He is the boss of your principal Zhang. If you fight, you can succeed or not.
In my opinion, President Zhang has repeatedly ordered that no one is allowed to ask for leave during the critical period.
He is impartial.
He said that the government paid so much money, and more than 20,000 students have made great efforts to improve teaching. Shi Xiang some don't believe to say, but still according to Yi Tian said, took out the phone, no way, ask for leave with the principal, even the instructor didn't give leave power. In an office of the college, President Zhang Peng was reporting the teaching situation of Nanhai Guwu College to Meng Haoran when the telephone rang suddenly.
I'm sorry, President. Take a call.
Zhang Peng first said, then took out the phone, then pointed to the caller ID of Shi Xiong 2 words, said to Meng Haoran, this Shi Xiong is the best foundation in the college, the most hard-working students, especially the extra self-discipline, since the beginning of school, never late, leave early, do not ask for leave, do not truant, spare time use the most one, I am very optimistic about him. I want to see such a good seedling when I have a chance.
You need to put more pressure on the students. We don't have much time. We can only do our best to listen to the destiny. Meng Haoran nodded and said helplessly. Zhang Peng nodded in response and got through the phone. Shi Xiong, what's the matter? Is anyone hurt in class? What? If you want to take a leave, Meng Haoran's friends are looking for you? Zhang Pengwu looked at Meng Haoran on the phone. President, do you know Shi Xiong? He said, what's your friend looking for? Meng Haoran shook his head. If you don't talk about this person, I still don't know. How can I have friends looking for him? Or is he just looking for a reason to be absent from school?
Zhang Peng listened to Meng Haoran's words, and his face was not good looking.
He put the phone to his ear again and asked, Shi Xiong, where are you now? Well, don't move there.
After hanging up, Zhang Peng took a look at Meng Haoran and said, this student is at the gate of the college.
I'll have a look and see why he lied. I'll go and have a look.
I'll have a look at which friend has met the college here. You know, people from the Guwu Research Association seldom contact with the outside world.
Meng Haoran got up and followed Zhang Peng out of the office.
At the gate of the college, Shi Xiong put down the phone and looked at Yi Tian nervously. President Zhang may come here.
Yi, do you know Meng Haoran? Let's not make a fool of ourselves, don't worry. When did I tell a lie?
Yi Tian looks a little funny at Shi Xiong, but he still gives him a reassurance. In the distance, seeing Yi Tian outside the college, Zhang Peng and Meng Haoran exclaimed, looked at each other and quickened their pace. Although Yi Tian didn't show his true face in Wutai Mountain, his portraits and even photos were spread all over the mountain. As soon as they saw Yi Tian's appearance, they immediately recognized the lord of the Miluo Palace.
Yi Daoyu has come here. I'm sorry to say so. Meng Haoran took the lead in walking out of the gate and embracing Yi Tian. Chairman Meng is polite.
I just pass by occasionally to see my Shi Xiang brother.
Yi Tianchao points to Shi Xiong and nods to Zhang Peng.
When he sees this man, he recognizes him. When the Guwu conference was held, this man was also on the stage. He should be a director of the Guwu Research Association. Oh, it's brother Shi Xiang.
Meng Haoran saw that Yi Tian came to the Ancient Martial Arts College to find Shi Xiong.
Knowing that the relationship between them was not shallow, he reached out to Shi Xiong, shook his hand and exchanged greetings. Shi Xiong is a little flattered.
He clearly sees that Principal Zhang is still respectful in front of Meng Haoran.
However, when Meng Haoran hears that he is Yi Tian's brother, he makes a compromise and takes the initiative to shake hands.
This makes him look at Yi Tian with new eyes.
The story of Yi Tian is only spread among mountain people, and Shi Xiong has no contact with other mountain people. The Ancient Martial Arts Research Association has blocked the news about Yi Tian, and even the events that happened in villages in northern Xinjiang. The Ancient Martial Arts Research Association has also learned about it, but it has not announced it to the public. In their opinion, it is also a kind of protection for Yi Tian.
The monks coming to heaven are extremely terrible. If they know that Yi Tian killed several of them, why don't they take revenge on Yi Tian?
Yi Tian is absolutely outstanding among the people on the mountain, but he is not good at it compared with Tianwai monks.
This is the common view of the Ancient Martial Arts Research Association.
After the greeting, Meng Haoren said to Yi Tian, "Please help yourself, Taoist friend.
I'm just here to meet Taoist friend. By the way, I'd like to invite you. After this, Meng will hold a banquet to entertain me." Yi Tian waved his hand. "Chairman Meng, we don't have to be polite. When I see President Meng, I think of one thing. I want to set up an award foundation here. First, I will give 1 billion yuan to the top 10 students who are hardworking and excellent in their studies. I will renew my fund after 10 years. Thank you very much, Master Yi. With your support, these students will be like chicken blood. Master Yi has made a great contribution to the ancient martial arts education in China."
Meng Haoren and Zhang Peng are very happy when they hear this. They come up quickly and shake hands with Yi Tian.
Yi Tian explained the reward fund in detail.
Specifically, he entrusted the fund to the Miluo Palace. Every year, the winning students need to go through their own checks to stop shoddy or other non-conforming behaviors. 100 million yuan is awarded to 10 students, with an average of 10 million yuan per student.
It is estimated that one of the students will count as one.
It is certain that they will have to rush forward even if they don't eat or sleep.
Yi Tian is worth hundreds of billions. He can't spend all his money. He really wants to contribute to Guwu education.
No matter what the result is, he must make full progress. After that, Meng Haoren and Zhang Peng bid farewell to each other. Naturally, Shi Xiong's asking for leave is no longer a problem.
Yi, how did you become a patriarch?
I heard Chairman Meng call you so.
As soon as they left, Shi Xiong asked mistily, "What's more, why do you have so much money?" "It's 1 billion yuan at a time. There are just some industries, stones. How much reward you can take for the billionly depends on your ability. Now all I can give you is these." Yi Tian talks and throws a Shumi ring to Shi Xiong.
There are some pills suitable for Shi Xiong to take now, such as the axe, the half-immortal soldier, a flying sword, and $1 million in cash.
"Bring your mother to the city."
Shi Xiong has now reached the peak of the yellow level and is fully able to use Shumi commandment. After teaching him how to use Shumi commandment, Yi Tian handed him another Shumi commandment.
"Give it to the devil. The big devil is Yanbing."
After Yi Tian explains, he leaves the college with a wave of his hand. Next, Yi Tian plans to go back to the rental house to have a look at Yu Chan and, of course, Xiao Zi.
Before leaving the earth, all the arrangements should be made properly.
Before seeing Shi Xiong, he had already gone to Shuiwei Cave, and the Miluo Palace had been put into use. The branch of Shuiwei Cave could be temporarily cancelled, so that Chu Shangyun and his disciples could rush to the Miluo Palace of Filafing. The environment there was better, the aura was stronger, and there was a strong field to protect the clan and the dragon demon, which was safe. The coefficient is better. So as not to cause any more accidents on this side of Shuiwei Cave when he leaves. Before entering the house, Xiao Zi and He Qing had already run out.
"Little Chestnut, what can you do? To the 6th floor of the cave?" Xiao Zi jumps on Yi Tian's shoulder and squeaks. Feeling the smell of the little squirrel, Yi Tian can't help exclaiming.
This cultivation speed is not slower than Qin Luo God.
And me. After listening to Yi Tian's praise of Xiao Zi, she was a little unconvinced.
She hit a big stone on the side of the road with one punch, and it turned into a pile of stone powder.
For a moment, Yi Tianmu was stunned.
The charm of Qinghe depends on his talent and supernatural power. Cultivation can't be compared with monks, but this fisted is beyond Yi Tian's expectation.
"I wake up, too." Cicada laughs. "I can be human or gas now."
Shi Cheng also came out at this time, leaning in front of the gate, watching Tian smile, calm, but with unspeakable joy on her face.
I'm going on a long journey.
You can go to the Miluo Palace in Jiangnan City.
It's already arranged there. I'm not sure you're here. You may be in danger. Tian said frankly. I'm not going. If it's dangerous here, I'll follow you. Didn't I follow you when I went to Changbai Mountain last time? The cicada didn't realize how far the distant gate was, so he kept shaking his head. I don't want to go anywhere else. I'm used to it here. You know, I don't want to deal with strangers.
He Cheng also said reluctantly.
Tian was in a bit of a dilemma. Later, he thought about it. He might as well take them with him.
If one day he was in a crisis that he could not escape, he would at least put them in the square-inch spiritual realm, and Qin Luo had a companion.
For them, it would be safer than here.
This is the best of both worlds.
Simply, Tian enters the courtyard, takes out the time and space tower, and asks them to clean it up.
When entering the tower, Xiao Lizi does not forget to hold the stone statue of Demeng Fanzi. Tian takes out more than 20 demon pills from Shu Mi Ring and throws them to Xiao Lizi.
This guy is so happy that he can't put it down.
The imperial sword came to Tianzhu Mountain and entered the small world of Qingming sect. Here, he is making the final preparations for returning to the square-inch spiritual realm. Qin Luoshan and Chen Sheng are still in the time and space tower.
Tian has prepared enough food and has nothing to worry about.
What's more, his preparation work is not suitable for Qin Luoshan and them. At this time, Tian got rid of all his clothes and went into the bathtub full of liquid medicine.
With the immersion time of Yetian getting longer, once the natural brown pigment permeates into Yetian's skin, it changes Yetian's skin color.
More than an hour later, Tian stood up from the bathtub, revealing his strong and symmetrical body. Today's Tian, even if familiar people look, will feel a little strange. Skin color change, don't look just changed one thing, it really looks very different. Tian is worried that if he only changes the skin color of his face, he will show his flaws in the future, so he simply bleaches his whole body.
Many people in Fengsu and Lingyu know him.
Although his appearance is different from that of today, the similarity is still very obvious. Later, Tian exerts his mana, mobilizes his mana, changes the structure of his muscles and bones, and becomes a simple and honest young man. This kind of change will bring a little mana fluctuation on the body, but as long as you don't check it, you won't find the mana fluctuation of changing appearance. After doing this, Tian entered the spacetime tower.
Qin Luoshan is still practicing Qingming Daoju as usual.
In the edge of the time and space tower, Tian placed 5-color spiritual soil, and some cultivated elixirs were transplanted. The time float here is 3 times slower than that of the outside world, which can just provide more time for the growth of these spiritual plants. Looking at those spiritual talents, Tian takes a look at Qin Luo God and walks out of the time and space tower. When he comes to the field on the edge of Zio Oceandi, Tian looks at it quietly for a long time. Then he punches with confidence and hits the hazy chaos with magic power.
The speed of the technique is dazzling. In different parts, Tian hit more than 100 fists one after another.
Under the light of Tian's eyes, the array patterns that tightly blocked the small world were arranged into a mysterious figure by Tian regularly.
Finally, the figure flashed and quickly rotated. It's like a huge whirlpool.
Tian steps into the whirlpool without hesitation, arouses a Vajra amulet to protect his body, and at the same time opens 5 earth armor to protect his body. After the Vajra amulet is excited, it turns into a bright semicircle shield to protect Tian. In the whirlpool, there is an extremely strong squeezing force. Soon, the King Kong cover with terrible defensive force has gradually begun to deform and make a clattering sound.
Tiny cracks began to appear on the diamond cover.
In the Vajra mask, Tianji feels that the whirlpool of the fast-rotating rune pattern produces a powerful cyclone, which takes his body to rotate outward rapidly.
I hope not to fail.
Tian deeply knows that if the Vajra mask breaks, if you don't activate a Vajra amulet again, then the 5 earth armor you coagulate won't last much time. If you can't do it well, you'll have to suffer a heavy blow in this whirlpool.
If you are more pessimistic, you are likely to die in it. But this is his way to minimize the power of the field. There is no such simple and risk-free way as going in and out of the Insect Valley in southern Yunnan, which does not exist in this field. Yi Tian holds the Vajra talisman in his hand and is ready to inspire at any time. However, he will not waste Vajra talisman until he has to. He has only 5 talismans in total, and he has already used one. Click, click. The Vajra amulet was seriously deformed, and there were more and more fine cracks. Finally, with a few crisp noises, the Vajra cover cracked and disappeared, completely losing its protective effect. Yi Tian pays close attention to the situation of the earth beetle and is ready to activate the Vajra rune at any time. Click. There was another sound, and the first soil nail broke. Then the second sound rang again, and then the second soil armor burst. The sound of the third crack was longer than that of the previous 2, but it was still destroyed by the huge pressure. After less than 10 breaths, the fourth carapace broke. However, at this time, Yi Tian was very happy. As long as the earth armor didn't break, it showed that the squeezing force of space was not as strong as before. With the fifth sound, Yi Tian drank twice in a row, 2 jia. Earth beetle. 2 more layers of earth armor were set continuously, and then the 5th layer of earth armor left Yi Tian unintentionally and turned into a part of the whirlpool. This time, the interval is longer. After several tens of breath, the 6th earth armor broke again. Then, after a period of time, the 7th soil beetle made a slight cracking sound, but the cracking speed was much slower than before. Yi Tian takes a long breath. At this time, he can feel the squeezing force of the vortex is much smaller with his own body. Even if he doesn't use the earth armor anymore, he won't have any accident with his strong body resistance. When the 7th soil beetle was completely broken, Yi Tian felt a pine on his body. He came out of the whirlpool and entered a water area. The smell of salty smell came to his face, which made it easy for him to judge that the water must be sea water. Once a blessed land of Qingming, Qingfeng Mingyu, Xiaolin Qinggang, how can it be in the sea? The scene before him once made Yi Tian think that his previous guess was wrong. However, when he saw the scene of the underwater world, he clearly recognized that it was true that the overseas world was also a blessed place, but it was just sunk on the bottom of the sea. What a great hatred it should be, let the blessed land never see the sun. Yi Tian's face was covered with a layer of frost. He looked back and saw that there was still boundless sea water behind him, and there was sea water around him. What about Zio Oceandi? Yi Tianyuan's eyes shine through the sky and looks around. But when he finally looks at the bottom of the sea, he finds the magic wave of the field. It turns out that the little world formed in the field is buried in the bottom of the sea. However, it's better to do so. It's more convenient to come and go, and it's more hidden. Looking at the surrounding scenery again, Yi Tian wrote down the location of Zio Oceandi. In fact, it was different. He was too familiar with everything here. Even some slight changes did not affect him to find the exact location of the bamboo forest. If you don't think about advance, think about retreat first. Yi Tian didn't rush to leave, but continued to observe the field of Zio Oceandi. He didn't use Shui Dun until he confirmed the way to leave, and walked slowly on the sea floor nearby. These memories of the scene now appear in front of me again. Yi Tian seems to have a sense of seclusion. In fact, it is another life. Rebirth in the Earth's hometown is no longer that life, at least no longer the original Yupu realm monk. But how can the past life and this life be separated? It is by no means a short time for Yi Tian to finish his journey. When Yi Tian saw a dozen third-order sea animals swimming towards him in some sea area, he turned into a waterline and fled to the sea level. There are sea animals here, which makes Yi Tian a little surprised, and his heart is full of emotion. Great changes. Flying out of the sea, Yi Tian released his mind and looked around. There was boundless sea water everywhere. Suspended in the low air, Yi Tian silently recalled what he had just seen at the bottom of the sea. He had already guessed something in his heart. Originally, there was a sea thousands of miles away in the west, called the Sea of Bitterness. If I guess correctly, the land of Qingming was submerged by that Sea of Bitterness. From the scenery on the bottom of the sea, he could easily distinguish the east, west, north and south. It was meaningless to go to the bitter sea for a while. It was better to go to the land first.
Thinking about this, Yi Tian sent out 3 Liangsingkong, flying to the east, southeast and northeast respectively. He himself took a common flying sword and flew slowly to the east at the normal speed that a friar should have at the middle stage of the sea view. More than half an hour later, Yi Tian slowed down. The heartworm in the east sent back a picture of an island there. Some friars are killing sea animals on the island.
This island?
Looking at some familiar scenery on the island, Yi Tian can easily recognize that the island was originally a mountain. After being spread by the sea, the exposed part became the island.
The mountain was originally called Jindingfang, on which he once made pills. Yi Tian squints his eyes and looks at the direction of Jinding Peak. After a moment, he turns a direction and flies away.
This time he entered Fengsuan's spiritual realm. His goal was very clear. The first important thing was to obtain spiritual material or elixir. If possible, find the surviving disciples of Qingming Blessed Land. It would be better to make trouble secretly for a few enemies, of course, without exposing themselves. As for other things, Yi Tian is not in the plan. Even revenge, he did not consider.
Now the strength is too weak, and the enemy's strength is too strong.
On the earth, my strength has reached the peak. In the square-inch spiritual realm, I can see the sea everywhere. There are many golden elixirs like dogs and yuanying everywhere. Further up, there is no lack of people in Huashan realm and Yupu realm. From the perspective of Yi Tian's current cultivation realm, he is absolutely the lowest.
If possible, he absolutely does not want to be discovered by his enemies now.
He secretly cultivates in Yupu or Tiangong realm, and then returns to Fengsuan spiritual realm with a crushing posture. From then on, he is happy with his friends and enemies and kills all his enemies.
Isn't that fragrant? However, the earth does not have such conditions. He must have this line. Yi Tian, in the middle of the flight, suddenly makes a light sound.
In the picture sent back by the heartworm, 5 friars who are killing the sea demon suddenly leave Jinding Peak and fly to their own direction.
Yi Tian frowned and changed his direction again.
At this moment, he didn't want to contact anyone. Once his identity is revealed in the future, this is the place where he appears for the first time. He doesn't want anyone to come to investigate, thus exposing the small world that can enter the space channel. However, things often do not evolve according to their own assumptions. Although they avoid again and again, the other side still does not give up and speeds up to fly to their side.
Moreover, we can already see each other's 5 figures with naked eyes.
Yi Tian stops his flying sword at his feet, looks at the direction of the comber and waits quietly. He wants to see what the other party has in mind.
Soon, Wudu Odongguang stopped not far away from Yetian.
They all looked like they were in their 30s and 40s, and their accomplishments were all in the sea-watching realm. The highest monk in white almost stepped into the Longmen realm.
This Taoist friend, but come from the sea, can there be Demon Dan for sale?
The one who opened his mouth was the friar in white. He glanced at the Shumi ring in Yi Tian's hand and asked quietly. Yi Tian shook his head and said, "It's true to come from the sea, but there is no demon pill.
If Daoyu has nothing else to do, please get out of the way." The friar in white didn't mean to give way at all. He looked at Yi Tian repeatedly and said with a smile, "Taoist friends say so, but I can't believe that going to the deep sea is not to get the demon pill. Are you going to travel? Show me your Shumi precepts. If you don't have them, I'll let you go. And if not?"
Yi Tian looks cold, has been ready. The other side is obviously rogue behavior. Extortion has not been covered up.
That's to be shameless.
The friar in white changed his face, and almost at the same time he chopped his sword at Yi Tian.
Yi Tianling snores, and his figure flashes.
After passing the opponent's flying sword, 3 spirit beast bags appear in his hands. 2 third-order Hades mantis, 2 third-order shadowless snakes, and 3 third-order iron centipedes appear and shoot at the other 5. 2 of the shadowless snakes are aimed at the friar in white in the half-step Longmen realm. The friar in white was caught off guard.
He was pierced by 2 third-order shadowless snakes. The snake venom entered his body and his face turned black quickly. The other 4 people are not so good either. They are all hit by Yi Tian's spirit pet, which is terrible. The 3rd level is equivalent to the Longmen realm of the human friars.
Especially these days, Tian spared no expense to put the spirit jade into the spirit beast bag and let these strange insects eat it. As a result, their strength has been improved rapidly, and they are even more domineering than Tian's day. 2 friars were sprayed with blood locust venom. The friar's whole body began to rot and their lives were in danger. The other 2 were attacked by the netherworld mantis and the iron centipede, and they were directly beheaded. The 2 blood holes in the white friar's body were gurgling black blood, and he was still breathing. Tian took a step to stop the man, and then put a few points on him to stop the spread of the poison. Then he pressed his palm on his opponent's head and began to search for his soul. A moment later, the friar in white had a spasm and died. Tian reaches out his hand and takes off the Shumi ring on his finger. With a loose hand, he throws the body into the sea. The other 4 had no need to be admonished, so Tian did not care about their bodies and let them be buried at sea. Shumi commandment is also an extremely precious treasure in the square-inch spiritual realm. Only when the disciples of those big forces came to the earth did they equip each with a Shumi commandment. From my memory, I know that these 5 people are free practitioners, and only the white monk has Sumishio. They live in the sea all the year round in order to rob some low-level monks. If you meet people of high level, they will not be provoked by their strength, so that in recent years, these people have really made a windfall. Tian generally knows the current situation of the square-inch spirit realm from the memory of this person. These people are out all the year round, far more than the disciples who came here. Most of the disciples who came were Tianjiao disciples of Zongmen. They didn't ask about the world affairs and practiced in seclusion. As a result, what Tian got from those people was extremely limited. 100 pieces of spirit jade. In Jiayuan City, in a shop selling cultivation resources, the clerk took out a spirit beast ring and put it on the counter. He casually quoted the price. The concentration of aura in Fengsuan spiritual realm is extremely high, and I don't know how many years ago it has maintained the current concentration of aura. Practitioners are everywhere. Monks need all kinds of resources for their cultivation. Naturally, such shops emerge as the times require. Let alone shops, such cities with monks as the main residents can be found everywhere. It's just that cities are big and small. For example, Jiayuan City is a large-scale city of monks. After landing from the sea, Tian passed several small cities along the way, but he didn't buy the spiritual materials he needed. To be exact, there are no miraculous materials and pills for sale in those cities. After countless years of consumption, spiritual materials are scarce. No matter they are spiritual materials or pills, any monk will treasure them for his own use. Even if he can't use them, he will hoard them and sell them at a good price at a critical moment. This is the reason why there is a shortage of goods. Different from the earth, there is an extreme shortage of spiritual materials on the earth. In the square-inch spiritual realm, spiritual materials are mainly concentrated in some big forces, big clans, big families, or some powerful monks. This is because the master of Dan Tao is too scarce. Even if he has enough spiritual materials, he may not be able to make pills. At a certain level, the master of Dan Tao also needs to practice, in order to break through the level and improve Shouyuan. For example, this kind of people may be closed once for decades or even hundreds of years. And the cost of letting them do it is often extremely high, and the holders of spiritual talents may not be willing to pay such a high price. What's more, too high-level elixir, those elixir masters may not be able to refine it. Just like the 9-grade Phoenix Nirvana, which caused death to Emperor Tian, only Tian could refine it. In Jiayuan City, Tian went to several shops in a row, but there were still no spirit materials and pills to sell. Instead, he saw the spirit beast ring. This spirit beast ring is much worse than Tian's existing one. In terms of space and craft, it is 100 times better than spirit beast bag. Tian doesn't want to hang 3 or 4 spirit beast bags on his body. He looks like the elder of the beggars sect. If he keeps them in Shumi commandment, it's not very convenient to collect and release spirit insects. It can be said that the price of 100 pieces of Lingyu is not cheap. After bargaining, Tian spent 80 pieces of Lingyu to buy the ring. In general, the resources sold in the shop are weapons, martial arts, techniques, rune paper, rune pen, some low-level rune books, demon dan, monster materials, common refining materials, various auxiliary cultivation tools, and some low-level demons, which are not too precious or high-level resources.
There are no such things as Vajra amulet, death amulet, and small moving amulet in shops.
Other things, Tian just glanced at, not the slightest interest. After that, he went to several other shops, even the largest Wanbao building in Jiayuan City, but Tian didn't get much.
Walking on the streets of Jiayuan City, Tian's brows are deeply locked.
When he was formerly known as Dante, a great monk in Yupu, he never bothered about resources. Whatever you need, others will send it to you. As long as you can spare some time to refine a batch of pills for each other, even other friars or other forces will pay a great price even in order to make friends with you. Therefore, he is not very clear about the situation of shops in the city. He seldom goes to places of this grade to buy resources. Even when his cultivation was very weak, Ning Yao covered himself. Maybe he was eating soft food at that time, but it was very fragrant. There are also some great monks who used to be friends with each other in the square-inch spiritual realm, but the situation has changed.
Even if someone betrays himself, he may be doomed. It's impossible to find acquaintances. Moreover, some large-scale sects will give their disciples cultivation resources, even pills, but the quantity and grade are very limited. Tian will not use this method.
There is also a way to exchange with others in private, like the Lingxiu Peak Fair on Earth, or some large-scale auctions.
Tian asked in Wanbao building. Only 2 months later, there will be an auction in the bigger Haifeng city. In a similar auction, there will usually be some rare things. It should be an opportunity.
But the time is more than 2 months later. Tian is ready to participate, but he can't do nothing in these 2 months.
Finally, Tian inquired about the passers-by and went to the temple of Jiayuan City. There is a magnificent building, which occupies a large area in Jiayuan City.
The 2 unicorns carved on the whole piece of jade at the door can be seen by those who don't know the goods.
They must be valuable.
At the gate of the main hall, 2 young men in gray clothes guard the cave. According to the rules, Tian hands over a piece of spirit jade and enters the temple. In the spacious hall, the most prominent are dozens of tall stone tablets. Many friars are surrounded by the stone tablets in 2s and 3s, looking at the handwriting carved on them. Tian's sea view cultivation is very common among these people, and his appearance has not attracted anyone's attention. He began to see from the first stone on the left. I'm looking for a magnolia herb more than 300 years old, a magic weapon for reward, a third-order domesticated spirit beast, and 500 spirit jade.
Choose one of them.
Seeing the first line, Tian frowned slightly. Xylan grass is a kind of spiritual material.
He is very familiar with it.
It can be used as the main material to refine the elixir for the monks of Guanhaijing, and it can also be used as the auxiliary material to refine the elixir for the monks of Longmen. This kind of psychic material belongs to the universal psychic material.
It's not rare.
It's just that this task has a high demand on the year, but the 3 things exchanged, any of which is far beyond the real value of a purple orchid.
Is it so rare now?
In the temple, there are often tasks to be issued. If you complete various tasks, you can get corresponding rewards. In fact, it can also be used as a place for resource exchange. But it's up to luck if you can find someone willing to use the talent as a reward.
Tian continues to look down.
Ask for a reward for the cubs of monsters above level 6, 3 hidden breath charms and 1,000 pieces of Lingyu. I'd like to ask for a flying sword of Bangxianbing, and the reward is 3,000 yuan for Lingyu. Ask for a rhinoceros horn of the 6th level monster, a reward, and the monk of the spirit realm will do it once.
Ask for 1 phoenix tail flower in 100 years, reward, and 1 pitaya in the same year.
Looking at them one by one, at present, there is only one task that uses the spirit material as the reward, but it's still exchanging the spirit material for the spirit material. Tian knows that this pitaya is not the kind of pitaya on Earth, otherwise he would rather spend 2 Vajra runes to return to the Earth and get a few hundred tons of goods. Continue to look down, Tian. See, if you can use other things as a reward, the victim will certainly not come up with a talent to exchange.
There is no equivalence in this kind of task.
As long as someone thinks it's worth it, after all, every kind of thing is of different use to different monks. Yi Tian continued to look down from one stone tablet to another, but he also saw several tasks paid by spiritual talents. However, he had a high demand for strength, and he couldn't complete them without the cultivation above Yuanyingjing. For example, one of the tasks is to exchange the 5th level dragon pattern leopard fire beast for a phoenix blood lotus.
This 5-level monster is equivalent to the Yuan infant realm of the human friars. It's still alive. I'm afraid that the general Yuan infant realm friars can't easily handle it. This is still relatively simple. Yi Tian can't take over this task, let alone other tasks. After browsing hundreds of tasks one by one, Yi Tian went back to one of the steels and studied one of them. The reward for treating the poison wound of a monk in Guanhai, including Lingkai, Bangxianbing, Lingyu and any other reward, can be interviewed. There are only a few big words. The task and reward are not very clear.
It seems that the injured friars still have some identities. The reward given by the person who issued the task can be regarded as at all costs.
The difficulty is that you don't know what poison is in the other party, or whether there is something else in it. Dao Yu, I can't see this task.
It's been published here for a year, but no one has finished it. It's said that there are number 180 people who have taken over this task, but no one has never appeared. A middle-aged friar nearby saw that Yi Tian was watching the task wholeheartedly, so he said to Yi Tian,
"Thank you for telling me. Do you know who issued this task?" Yi Tian smiles back to the middle-aged monk and asks.
The middle-aged friar said, "The rule here is that you can't inquire about the person who issued the mission. As long as you complete the mission, the temple will guarantee to get paid, without exception. As for those people who did not appear again, I think they may also have been poisoned, or injured or died, it is not clear. What's more, 1 year later, no one knows how far the poison has gone, but it's certainly more difficult to cure it.
The temple is a mysterious force."
Yi Tian heard about it when he was Emperor Dan, but the specific situation is not clear, because it is too mysterious. On the other hand, Yi Tian's focus was not here at that time.
In any case, Yi Tian thanks for the monk's kind reminder.
He thanks again and continues to look at the words on the stone tablet. A top-level Dan master must have a thorough knowledge of the properties of various spiritual materials.
The key is the toxicity. What kind of poison can lead to a year's incomprehensibility?
The middle-aged monk saw that Yi Tian didn't agree with his words, so he didn't say any more and went on to other steels to see the mission. A moment later, Yi Tian left the stone tablet and entered the deacon hall. In the room, a beautiful woman about 30 years old was meditating quietly. Hearing the voice, she said without raising her head, "Each task needs to pay 20 pieces of lingyu." Yi Tian had heard about this rule before he came here. People's temples also need a source of income. Relatively speaking, although there are many 20 pieces of spirit jade, once the task is completed, it is nothing. At that moment, he took out 20 pieces of lingyu and put them on the table. The pretty nun glanced at Lingyu and waved her hand.
Lingyu disappeared from the table. "Give me the mission code."
The nun still did not raise her head, she said programmatically.
"Mission 216. Yi Tian said casually. Nun Horan looked up at Yi Tian, looked at it again and then asked, "Are you sure you're right?"
"Of course, I'm not wrong. It's the task of treating poison wounds,"
Yi Tian said faintly.
The beautiful nun once again looked at Yi Tian and said, "This task requires 10,000 pieces of lingyu."
"Why? Isn't that $20? Yi Tian hears speech, squint eyes to ask away. "This task is special. You can choose not to take it."
After the pretty girl said coldly, she didn't look at Yi Tian anymore.
$10,000? Yi Tian hesitated a little.
Now he still has more than 60,000 pieces of lingyu in Shumi commandment.
But for this task that I don't know whether it can be completed or not, is it worth taking out such a large number of lingyu? If nothing else, please get out of here.
The beautiful nun looks at Yi Tian and says that from her experience, Yi Tian is the kind of Sanshio who is short of cultivation resources and comes here to pick up tasks. Let alone ask him to take out 10,000 pieces of lingyu. I'm afraid he hasn't seen 10,000 pieces of lingyu.
Well, I'll take it. Yi Tian finally made a decision.
He took out the lingyu from Shumi Commandment one after another and piled it up for half a room.
Although there are a lot of 10,000 spirit jade, they are not available now. Even if you buy one chance, if you can cure the poison wound, you will get a much higher return than the 10,000 spirit jade. If the victim plays tricks, he will definitely return the color in the future. It's bold. The nun glanced at Yi Tian with a smile, and then said, "It's just that I don't want anyone to come into contact with the poison person. If you can't even take out 10,000 pieces of lingyu, who can believe how high medical skill it will be? However, it seems that your bone age is very young. It should be about 20 years old. If you are not sure, you can take back these lingyu. You don't have to waste resources here." Yi Tian gently shook his head. "Before I know what toxicity it is, I think anyone is not sure, but I still want to have a try and give the poison a chance."
"Good. Since you insist on this, take back these lingyu, and the task is up to you." The nun nodded slightly and said, "However, before you are absolutely sure, don't take any medicine at will.
Otherwise, it's not the problem of lingyu. Maybe you can't keep your life. Yi Tianyi Zhang, is that okay?"
Now that they have said it, Yi Tian agrees to take back lingyu. In this way, he is steadfast in his heart.
People don't even accept lingyu.
There should be no trap for detoxification. Just wait here. When Yi Tian finishes collecting lingyu, the beautiful nun says with Yi Tian and goes out of the room to the deep of the hall.
Soon, an old man with white hair and white beard came back with the nun. He looked at Yi Tian and said, "Follow me."
This old man has the cultivation of transforming the divine realm. From each other's momentum, Yi Tian can feel each other's state. There are only a few monks who are lower than when they were Emperor Dan. But there is no one in them. Up to now, Yi Tian has no scruples. If the other party has evil intentions, he can't escape anyway, even if he puts on a grimace mask.
"Look out, it's in heaven."
As the old man entered the back hall, the old man suddenly said, a magic force rolled up Yi Tianqing and flew to the sky through the patio.
"I can fly."
Just as Yi Tiangang finished these three words, he had reached the height of tens of thousands of meters, and then a black shadow of the golden eye giant eagle flashed to the front. Yi Tianha falls steadily on the back of the carving.
The giant eagle spread its wings 5 feet away, and its back was very spacious.
It flew very smoothly without any discomfort. Looking at the giant carving, Yi Tian's eyes were surprised. The flat hair had reached the 6th level, which was equivalent to the level of the old man with white beard.
"Where do you come from?"
the old man also asked in a flash of surprise. When other monks saw the sculpture, their expressions changed greatly, and they even yelled. Some people even called the elder sculptor, but the young man was very calm.
It's normal to hear people ask about their own history.
After all, it's reasonable to know something about the detoxifier. But Yi Tian gently shook his head. "Master, please forgive me for not telling you."
Yi Tian doesn't want to find an identity casually. It's easy to reveal his identity.
After all, it's easy to expose himself if others check and verify.
And I can't say that I'm Dante or that I'm from the earth. Anyway, I answered in this way.
No need to say that 10,000 pieces of lingyu were not lost.
When I ask you about your origin, I want to give you face.
Why are you such a drag? The old man with white beard didn't say anything, but the flying giant eagle suddenly opened his mouth.
Yi Tian laughs. "Just as I didn't ask the origin of the owner, it's just a trade. Each takes what he needs."
"Well, big stupid, you fly here, don't talk too much." When the old man patted the back of the carving, the giant eagle gave a cold hum and flew up. The old man didn't speak anymore and closed his eyes on the back of the carving. Yi Tian didn't ask much, just looking at the undulating mountains on the back of the carving, and his thoughts flew back to the past. Although the body of this huge sculpture is huge, its speed is not slow. It even flies more than 10 times faster than Yi Tian's imperial sword. At this speed, it took the giant eagle more than an hour to stop in the sky. Below, the shadow of a huge city is reflected in Yi Tian's eyes.
"Come down with me." The old man with white hair and white beard opened his eyes and said a word to Yi Tian. He grasped Yi Tian's arm again and jumped down from the carving back. Yi Tian only felt the darkness in front of his eyes. In addition to the whirring wind, he could not see any other look, let alone the slightest scenery. A cover-up. Yi Tian's eyebrows are slightly wrinkled. This kind of magic power is similar to covering his eyes with black cloth. He should be afraid that he knows what this is. However, since the other party has done so, he should not be in danger. Otherwise, he will not have to do anything to kill him. Yi Tian didn't break the point until he fell to the ground and was taken by the old man to fly for a certain distance. Then his eyes suddenly brightened and his vision recovered. At this time, he saw clearly that his position was an extremely luxurious underground palace. The palace was filled with incense and mist. On the jade seat in the middle of the hall, there was a man, and on both sides of the seat stood a beautiful young nun. The person sitting is graceful, dressed in beautiful palace clothes, and looks like a woman. However, Yi Tian glances at each other's face. It's clear that his facial features are all there, but he feels extremely vague. He can't see each other's real face. Moreover, from the woman in palace costume, he didn't feel a trace of mana fluctuation. He looked like an ordinary person. Of course, Yi Tian doesn't think she is an ordinary person. This method of hiding cultivation is called returning to nature. Yi Tian, as Emperor Dan, can also do it. It's just that this kind of magical power can only be exerted when it reaches the realm above the Jade Pu realm. Otherwise, it can only suppress one's own cultivation and can't control one's mana. Her method of covering her face is even more magical. It uses the principle of refraction of light, so that her eyes can't travel in a straight line, so that she can't see the real face naturally. This kind of magical power also has a name, called Phantom Streamer. What's more, the two nuns who looked like maids were also in the Golden Elixir realm. If you want to say that the palace dress women sitting on the chairs were ordinary people, who would believe it? Since Yi Tian is not an ordinary person, she is at least a Yupujing nun. Yi Tian thinks about all the Yupujing nuns he knows, but he can't name them. You know, in the square-inch spiritual realm, there are already very few monks who can reach the Jade Pu realm, and among them, there are very few women in imperial costume, no more than 20. At this time, Yi Tian is another kind of identity, another kind of cultivation realm. He just looks at it and lowers his head. Here is a blank jade slip. Record all the spiritual materials you know in it. You can get a piece of spiritual jade reward for each record. If you can't reach 1,000, you can leave directly. The eyes of the woman in the palace dress swept lightly over Yi Tian's body, making a sound like a warbler's cry, which was very pleasant. All of them? Yi Tian asked in an unassuming way. Yes, all. The palace dress woman confirmed, and then a nun beside her handed Yi Tian a crystal white jade slip. This kind of test method is not beyond Yi Tian's expectation. If you can't even say a few linkai, can you still make the other party believe that you can detoxify? However, in order to make sure that he can get the lingyu according to the number, Yi Tian asked, "Can I exchange the same amount of lingyu for all the linkai I can record?" Yes. If you say one more word, please leave that woman eyebrow light wrinkly, seem to have some impatient leaf day of long-winded. Yi Tianshan smiles, and his attitude is not a problem. As long as you can give lingyu as much as possible, it's okay to say more. He needs to improve his strength. Of course, the more lingyu, the better. As expected, he did not speak anymore. He took up the jade slip and pasted it on his forehead and began to record linkai. Yi Tian, the most famous Dan emperor in Fonsuman's spiritual realm, has spent most of his energy on Dan Dao for 200 years. He knows countless spiritual materials. It's very simple to record the spirit materials on the jade slips. In the past, there were a number of records, which is equivalent to a number of copies. In less than 20 minutes, Yi Tian put down the jade slips and said, "If it's full, another blank jade slip." Full? The woman frowned and looked at the next nun. Nun Xiao took the jade slip and put it on her forehead. Her face was shocked. Then she nodded to the woman in palace dress. "Give it to him."
The woman in imperial costume breathed out a long breath and said that she was also surprised at this time. You should know that this kind of special jade slips can store a huge amount of information, at least 100,000 kinds of spiritual materials.
If the name is not very long, it must be more than 100,000. Yi Tian's face is the same.
He takes the blank jade slip and pastes it on his forehead again to record it. The woman in the palace dress on the seat swept over the jade slip that had been recorded. Her eyebrows wrinkled slightly. She had never heard of the name of the spirit material in the jade slip. Looking at Yi Tian still carefully recording on the jade slips, the women in palace dress quietly sent out a message.
Soon, an old woman in white came in.
She came respectfully to the woman in palace dress, took the jade slip from the latter's hand and pasted it on her forehead. About 10 minutes later, she put down the jade slips and whispered to the woman in imperial costume, "Lord, I only know less than 30% of the jade slips, but I can also explain whether they are true or false. As long as some of the jade slips he records now are known by me, I believe that all the spiritual materials recorded in this jade slip are real. According to the habitual thinking, he will record what he knows first, not make it up first."
It makes sense.
The woman in imperial costume nodded and stopped talking.
Soon, Yi Tian removed the jade slip from his forehead and said, "Another jade slip." The nun, who looks like a maid, is shocked again. But when she sees the woman in the palace dress nodding, she gives Yi Tian a blank jade slip again, and then sends the jade slip to the old woman. The old woman took a surprised look at Yi Tian, took the jade slip and continued to stick it on her forehead. A moment later, she nodded to the woman in the palace dress, "I know 30% here. It seems that there is someone out of the world, and there is a day out of the world.
I'm really the king of medicine." The woman in imperial costume shakes her head gently and doesn't speak anymore. Instead, she continues to cast her eyes on Yi Tian.
She looks thoughtful. Another 20 minutes later, Yi Tian's jade slip was full of records, and he handed it out. "That's it. 300,000 elixirs should be enough to prove my ability."
The woman in imperial costume did not let the old woman continue to check, but said with a kind face, "Young man, you are very good."
With a smile, Yi Tian didn't say anything.
In fact, it's not that he didn't want to continue recording, but that all the elixirs he knew had been recorded on the jade slips. Even mother-in-law Ding, Chinese wolfberry, Chekianzi, tangerine peel, Gastrodia elata, Panax noto ginseng, Sistanch, maca and so on were mixed in. Because they were not enough for 100,000, he made up some more. In a word, even if he gave the names of the elixirs, he could not tear them down.
"Go and get 300,000 lingyu."
After a moment's silence, the woman in the palace dress told the nun around her that the nun gently covered her pretty mouth and went out. After a while, she took a shumi ring and gave it to Yi Tian. Yi Tian made a mark of his mind and looked at it. There was a large space inside, full of lingyu with various properties.
He couldn't count the exact number for a moment, and he simply didn't count it, so he put it away. "Follow me."
The woman in imperial costume stood up and gently moved on the stone wall behind her, revealing a secret room. The furnishings in the secret room are very simple, which forms a sharp contrast with the luxury of the palace. The most striking thing is that many strange runes are carved on the ground paved by the whole boulder in the secret room, on which there are faint streamers.
Transport field. Yi Tian recognized what it was at a glance.
This teleportation field can teleport people to another place. The difference is that the small shift symbol belongs to non-directional transmission, and it may not be transmitted to any place after transmission, but the transmission field is directional transmission. Only two transmission fields can form a closed loop, otherwise a single transmission field is meaningless. Since she is a monk above Yupu realm, she can completely perform the great move skill.
Why does she do so much? I don't know the transmission field. So it should be for other people.
After the palace dress woman entered the teleportation field, the old woman and the old man stood aside and bowed to each other except for the two nuns who looked like maids.
"Come up, young man."
The woman in imperial costume smiles gently at Yi Tian and beckons. Yi Tian went up according to the words, but he was secretly upset in his heart.
Isn't he just going to detoxify? It's like asking for a ransom from a kidnapper. The nun, who looks like a maid, uses a magic power to hit a place in the teleportation field.
Suddenly, the runes that make up the teleportation field flash with intense light. After a few flashes, Tian feels a flower in front of his eyes and a little dizzy in his head. After the restoration of Tomb Sweeping Day, he had already appeared in another stone room with 3 women in palace costume. The palace dress woman opens the mechanism, takes Tian and others out of the stone room, enters a hall, finds a downward stone ladder at the end, and takes the lead to walk down. Then he went into a deeper stone chamber, and gently pressed on a smooth stone wall. The stone wall broke, revealing the situation inside. When the stone wall opened, the dense air filled with light cold, and an extremely cold breath rushed towards us. In the stone chamber, a large piece of crystal clear square ice is placed on a jade platform made of 10,000-year-old cold jade.
Through the ice, you can see that there is a girl who looks like a fairy and has a peerless face. The girl's face was quiet, her eyelids closed, and her expression seemed to have a trace of pain. She didn't move in the ice, just like sleeping.
This reminds Tian of Shio he saw in Kunlun Mountain.
Young man, please see a doctor here. If you can't see the poison, please come back.
The palace dress woman did not let Tian enter the stone chamber, but looked at the frozen girl and said sadly. For this poison girl, more than a year has made her gradually numb in disappointment. Even if this young man can record 300,000 kinds of spiritual materials, her hope is not too much.
All right. Tian lightly responds, opens Yuan Tian's eyes and looks at the girl in the ice.
He knew very well that the energy that a great friar in Yupu could have, and the poison that could not be cured in a year, was absolutely extraordinary. Why, you are also from the eye of heaven. The palace dress woman sees Tian's eyes, can't help but light.
Yes, otherwise, I would not have come here to have a try. Tian nodded slightly, the focus of his eyes did not move away from the girl. Once upon a time, there was a disciple who had the eyes of heaven.
He not only didn't see her poison, but also profaned her with his eyes.
Guess what?
The voice of the woman in palace dress was cold, her face was like a layer of frost, and her words were full of threat.
Tian's body trembles and closes Yuan Tian's eyes. He doesn't think the woman in the palace dress is joking.
Although she doesn't say the second half of the sentence, Tian believes that the result must be miserable.
Scared?
The woman in palace dress snorted coldly, and there was a trace of disdain on her lips. Tian gently shook his head and said, "There are some fears.
However, I can see the fairy's condition." See? What's the situation, then?
The surprised color in the eyes of the woman in the palace dress flashed, which was contrary to the cold before, and her voice asked in a hurry.
Tian pondered, in fact, this fairy is not poisoned.
If it is regarded as poison, it is okay.
Her problem lies in her resentment.
She is attacked by extremely strong resentment, resulting in mental disorder, abnormal behavior, and bloodthirsty violence. If you don't rescue in time, it won't be long before resentment will destroy the fairy sea of gods, and even the technique of ice sealing can't be delayed any longer.
Do you really see that? There's a way to save them.
If you tell the truth, you'll find them at all costs. The woman in imperial costume suddenly raised her voice and grabbed Tian's arm.
She couldn't wait to ask.
As for resentment, even though she has been cultivated to the heaven, the women in palace dress also have a deep sense of powerlessness. She knows that resentment has been eroded into the girl's god sea, but the difficulty lies in how to get rid of this resentment without hurting the girl.
Naturally, there is a way to save her.
It is certain that she needs spiritual materials, but that is the second stage. The purpose is to repair the fairy sea of gods, and the first step is to dispel the resentment that invaded her. Yi Tianxiong said with full success that resentment was too familiar to him, so he soon found out the cause of the girl's illness.
Please help now, Xiao Yu.
The lady in imperial dress was very happy and said in a hurry. Unconsciously, her name had changed from a young man to a little friend. Yi Tian looked at the palace dress woman with bright eyes, and said, "I'm humble and have no power to protect myself, so I don't want to invite you.
I'd like to ask you to take a blood oath.
After healing the fairy, you can't embarrass me and pay me according to my request."
All right.
The woman in the palace dress frowned, but she agreed to the girl's injury. She also understood Yi Tian's request. After all, the integrity between the monks was too poor, and she didn't show her true face, so it was inevitable that the other side would have scruples. After popping a drop of blood essence, the woman in imperial costume vowed, "I and my subordinates, after the treatment of this little friend, will ensure his safety, will not be in any difficulty, and within the scope of ability, will give him enough reward. If you break this oath, you will be doomed." With the oath finished, the woman in the palace dress reached out and a drop of blood essence floated out of the leaf celestial body, melting the blood essence of the woman in the palace dress. The two drops of blood fused together, emitting a red light, and then disappeared.
These high-level blood vows do not need to name each other. They can be completed by the fusion of essence and blood.
So, are you satisfied? The woman in palace dress said softly when the blood oath was finished.
For a moment, Tian is relieved.
He absolutely wants to avoid the business of killing the hare and cooking the dog. From the content of the other party's blood oath, he should be sincere. In this case, Tian had no other requirements.
He nodded at the moment. "I'm going to use the magic to save people. Come in, please."
The woman in the palace costume reached out and led her way to the stone room.
"No, just here,"
Tian said without moving his steps. "When you are casting, don't disturb anyone.
Now please remove the ice from your body."
"All right." The fact that she didn't get close to the patient was a bit of a surprise to the woman in imperial costume.
However, as a result, she was no longer as alert as before.
The woman in the palace dress agreed, reached out and brushed her hand. The ice on the girl turned into very fine ice crumbs, like vermicelli, and fell from the girl.
"That's okay. I'm going to start next,"
Tian said, fingers pinched. "You call out in the Dantian sacrifice refining fierce soldier's flying sword." Since the stone chamber was opened, the sword was ready to move in the elixir field.
Tian was so easy to suppress it. Now it is called out by Tian.
Although it only shows the size of a finger, it makes a slight vibration and is very excited. As soon as Tian urges for his magic power, the fierce soldier's flying sword turns into a normal size. The girl's resentment in the stone room is immediately pulled out of the body by the fierce soldier's flying sword. It seems that the resentment is not willing to be sucked away by the fierce sword, or afraid of the fierce intention on the fierce sword, still struggling for the last time. Of course, these situations can't be seen with the naked eye, but Tian can feel them, and so can the women in palace dress. When the fierce soldier's flying sword and the strong resentment are in a stalemate, Tian suddenly bursts into the fierce soldier's flying sword. The red light of the flying sword is bright, and then the white light flashes. A strong suction is sent out, which pulls the resentment away from the girl's body, swallows it into the light, and becomes a part of the sword. The woman in imperial costume always looks at Tian, not at the girl on the stone room Hanyu sickbed, but on Tian and the fierce soldier's flying sword. When Tian put away the fierce sword and put it back to the Dan field, the woman in the palace dress looked at Tian with an inquiring expression. Tian smiles and nods. The resentment of the fairy god has been eliminated, and the elder can wake her up. With Tian's affirmative reply, the woman in imperial costume takes a deep look at Tian once again, and quickly walks to the cold jade bed. With a flick, a warm air flows out immediately, wrapping the girl in it.
Tian stepped back and waited quietly.
It was not until more than an hour later that the girl thawed gradually and her body became soft again. Then the woman in imperial costume took out a green pill and put it into the girl's mouth. Tian knows that if the woman in palace clothes freezes her, she must have enough assurance to recover, so he doesn't intervene in the subsequent affairs.
But he still recognized the pill that the woman in imperial costume took out at a glance. It was a 7-grade Hui Yang pill. This pill contains the power of pure Yang and has the effect of bringing the dead back to life. As a 7-grade pill, this Hui Yang pill can be refined fairly well. However, it is still not enough for the 7-grade Hui Yang pill to completely remove the chill in the girl's body.
Is it the negligence of the women in imperial costume?
Tian looked at it quietly and didn't speak.
After the girl took Hui Yang pill for more than 10 minutes, she slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were confused, and people kept shivering, and her teeth cackled.
Mother is here.
As soon as the woman in the palace costume took over the beautiful girl, she called softly.
Mother? The pretty girl looked at the woman in the palace dress with a dazed expression on her face. She seemed to be trying to recall it, but she couldn't remember it at all. Just keep fighting the Cold War, repeatedly repeating a word Nyang with an interrogative tone. You don't know my mother? You really don't know my mother?
The face of the woman in imperial costume changed greatly, and she kept shaking.
The beautiful girl asked.
The girl's brow was locked, looking at the women in palace dress, always confused and at a loss.
In
the end, the woman in the palace dress gave a long cry, holding the girl in her arms and saying nothing for a long time.
Follow me.
Suddenly, she thought of looking at Tian like something. Then she came out of the stone room with a beautiful girl in her arms, crossed the bluestone passage, and entered the luxurious hall at the beginning.
Open a door and enter the bedroom inside.
The woman in palace dress put the girl on the comfortable and soft couch, then put her hand on the girl, and put the soft and warm magic into her body. Half an hour later, the look on the woman's face became more and more dignified, and finally stopped with a sigh.
Gently cover the quilt. She left the room to go back to the main hall, anxiously walked to Tian, said, Xiaoyu, all the complaints of ear have disappeared, people are quiet. The resentment was relieved, but how could she still lose her memory?
What's more, it seems that the chill on her body can't be completely dispelled.
Does Xiaoyu have a way?
Tian nodded his head and said, First of all, I'll start with the cold. It's said that the 7-grade Huiyang pill prepared by the elder can completely dispel the cold within 3 months of freezing. Just didn't expect at the beginning, need ice so long, so that the effect of Dan medicine can't completely dispel cold. Only 1 8-grade Huiyang pill is needed to solve the problem of cold, without any future trouble. After listening to Tian's words, the woman in imperial costume took a surprised look at Tian and then said, just as Xiaoyu said, she was really preparing to relieve Ear's resentment in 3 months, so she prepared the 7-grade Huiyang pill. However, after 3 months, I have already started to find the alchemist to refine the 8th-grade Huiyang pill. But the alchemist, Huiyang pill, failed to refine, but I don't have the spirit material to refine Huiyang pill again.
At present, I'm sending people to look around for it, but I haven't found it yet. Is there no other way except for the 8th-grade Huiyang pill?
The lady in imperial costume said something and looked at Tian hopefully. Maybe in her heart, this is the last straw to save her life.
After pondering, Tian said, it's easy to say that amnesia can be restored day by day, and it doesn't hurt the fairy's body. But the cold doesn't understand. I'm afraid that the fairy will suffer irreversible damage. The longer the delay, the worse the situation. It's true that there is no way out, but it also needs precious spiritual materials. How about this?
It's better early than late to relieve the poison of cold. I'd like to tell you what kind of spiritual material you have here, and see if you can choose some of them and make some pills to relieve cold.
Can you refine pills?
The palace dress woman was stunned when she heard the words. Her original intention was that the pills had already been counted on.
Let's see if Tian could relieve her daughter's cold in other ways.
But now Tian wants to refine the pills. You know, the master of Dan Dao she is looking for is also a famous master of Dan Dao in Fengsuan spirit realm.
He still can't produce 8 kinds of Dan medicine, just because he is a monk in his 20s watching the sea?
Being able to know the types of linkai is not equal to being able to refine high-grade pills.
This is totally different. For Tian, this is a trade, and the main reason for him to save people is to get the maximum benefit in this trade.
If the girl can be completely saved, he will undoubtedly have more chips in his hands. Moreover, the most important point is that Tian wants to see what kind of talent the women in the palace clothes have in their hands, and then he can ask for the right reward.
Now here the palace dress woman asked, Tian just slightly nodded, can refine.
What's more, the reason why the fairy lost his memory was that the resentment was too deep and caused damage to Xinhai. The younger generation can also see whether they can refine pills to restore Xinhai according to the existing spiritual materials.
Okay, little friend, just a moment.
As soon as the woman in the palace dress pondered a little, she said to Tian. Then she took out a talisman and pinched it in her hand for a moment. With a gesture, the talisman burned and turned to ashes.
Messenger. Tian doesn't pay much attention to it. It's a kind of communication tool in Fangsu and Lingyu. It's expensive and can't be used by ordinary people.
But a friar who is above the realm of jade and poo doesn't need to make a fuss when he uses this amulet.
About half an hour later, the old woman who had seen her before came into the room and gave her a jade slip.
After thinking about it, the woman also took out a jade slip, burned it and sent it to Tian. Tian quickly finished reading the contents of the 2 jade slips and bowed his head. There are more than 100 kinds of spirit materials listed on these 2 jade slips. According to their properties, they are more than enough for refining pills to relieve the girl's cold and repair Shin hideout. It's just that it's not suitable to use it to refine the elixir to help you cultivate. It's not that the quality of these spiritual materials is too low, but that they are too high. If the elixir for the monks of Guanhaging is refined with the rare spiritual materials listed in the jade slips, it will have the opposite effect because of its strong medicinal properties. However, although I can't use these precious spiritual materials now, I'm sure they will be useful.
The day I get them will be of great use to me. How about Xiao Yu? Are there any useful talents? Seeing that Yi Tianhao didn't speak for a long time, the woman in imperial costume finally asked in a low voice. Yi Tian nodded slightly. You can use it. I just want to know how to make the best pill for the fairy, but now I have chosen it.
Finish saying, Yi Tian wants to come over a blank jade slip, the spirit material that refines 2 kinds of danyao as recorded above, handed over to maid. The maid took a deep look at Yi Tian, with a spring breeze-like smile on her face. She turned around and handed the jade slip to the woman in palace dress.
Do you like me? Yi Tian Alang, this woman is to see oneself grow too handsome?
The maid went back to the woman in imperial costume and looked at Yi Tian.
Yi Tian doesn't pay attention to it anymore. He just stands there and waits.
When the woman in the palace dress looks at the contents of the jade slips, he takes out 6 exquisite jade boxes from his Shumi commandment. Then he crossed out the spirit materials that had been taken out of the jade slips and gave them to the old woman. Prepare these spirit materials. According to the list on the jade slips, the old woman took out more than 20 jade boxes and put them on the table.
Xiao Yu, do you need to use ground fire? There is one here.
Although I have a master of alchemy here, it's not a good climate.
There are all kinds of alchemy utensils.
The woman in imperial costume said at this time.
Yi Tian didn't want to expose his samadhi fire.
Now it has been integrated with his original spirit fire.
It's easy to attract people's attention to use this fire for alchemy. In Fangsu and Lingyu, Yi Tian just wants to keep a low profile.
Now he needs alchemy.
He can't keep a low profile. He can only try not to keep a high profile.
When the lady in imperial costume said this, she was in the heart of the world and immediately agreed. When the maid saw that the spirit material had been collected, she led the way ahead. The lady in imperial costume and the old woman, together with another maid, followed Yi Tian and walked out of the hall. 7 turns, 8 turns, into a hot underground fire chamber. The level and facilities of the ground fire here are much better than those of the Earth's Kaiunshan Majia and Mainong Chijia. Yi Tian simply adjusted the fire to the best state. Then began to take out the spirit wood, one by one put in order, with the fire room inside the water one by one cleaning spirit wood. When Yi Tian was busy, the old woman nodded to the palace dress woman imperceptibly, and then they said a few words by voice, which made the appearance of the palace dress woman obviously easier. After everything is ready, Yi Tian uses one of the highest grade Dan furnaces here to start alchemy. He knew that the women in palace costume must watch themselves make pills. It's good that they don't disturb themselves. After all, the girl is the daughter of the woman in palace costume. She can rest assured only when she sees Dan Chang with her own eyes. As for other people's worry about their greedy spirit material, Yi Tian is not good to speculate without authorization.
Yi Tian's action is flowing, without a trace of stagnation. The more precious it is, the more accurate it needs to grasp the fire temperature, so that it can fully stimulate the efficacy at the right time and contain it in the pill. The first batch is to refine the elixir to dispel the cold for the girl, because it is temporarily configured according to the spirit material. This elixir has no name, or has never appeared before. And Yi Tian is sure that this kind of elixir, which is made by himself,
can definitely dispel the chill that has penetrated into the girl's whole body in the past year. This kind of pill does not need how high grade, as long as the proper prescription, moderate heat, you can achieve the goal. Therefore, from the very beginning, Tian was not ready to refine 8-grade pills. Once this grade pills came out, he might shock the whole square-inch spirit realm. This was not what he wanted to see when he was so weak. More than 2 hours later, the Dan stove made a loud and clear sound, and the fragrance of Dan overflowed. Tian opened the lid of the stove and made a move to the stove. A light red round Dan medicine appeared in Tian's hand. Master, the fairy took this pill, and the cold in his body could be completely dispelled.
Tian handed the pill to the woman in the palace costume and said, "Good. I'll go now."
The woman in imperial costume took the pill and looked at it carefully. She left the fire room with 2 maids. "Taoist friend, I think you're quite familiar with the way you make pills."
"Actually, I'm also keen on pills.
I was lucky enough to have seen the alchemy of Emperor Tian in Jinding Peak of Qingming Blessed Land many years ago, and the way is similar to you just now." "What is the relationship between Daoyu and Qingming?" After everyone left, the old woman went to Tian and looked at him and asked. "I was taught by a senior occasionally, and I had nothing to do with Qingming Blessed Land. When Qingming Blessed Land was lost, I was still a child." Tian gently shakes his head and says that he can't even admit it.
"Maybe that elder has something to do with Qingming Blessed Land? Ha, I really can't believe that you have reached such a high level of Dan Dao attainments at a young age. If it wasn't for your 20-year-old bone age and no sign of giving up, I would have doubted that you were the rebirth of Yidandi. It can only show that you are a genius. I'm afraid only the Emperor of Dan can compare with you in those days for your strong understanding of the way of Dan." The old woman chuckled and shook her head.
Tian just smiles and doesn't say much. Then he sits down with his knees crossed and begins to regulate the mana in his body. After a while, the woman in imperial costume took 2 maids to the basement fire room again. This time, she was full of joy and smile. "Daoyu, the little girl's chill has been relieved, but she is still in amnesia. That younger generation begins to refine the elixir to restore memory." Tian didn't say much, so he got up and came to the Dan stove and continued to refine Dan medicine. 2 hours later, a crystal-clear white pill was sent to the woman in the palace. The woman in imperial costume left the fire room with pills again.
Tian was invited to the hall by the old woman.
The maids served the spirit tea.
Tian sat down and waited.
At this time, Tian Kai had the right to sit down here. This time, the women in imperial costume entered the bedroom for a long time, and the door didn't open until more than 2 hours later. From the room out, in addition to the palace dress woman, but also the amnesia of the girl. At this time, she had finished dressing up and changed into a new dress.
She was beautiful and beautiful.
Her eyes were smart and she walked step by step. She felt like she was floating out of the dust. It's this Taoist friend who dispels your worries, helps you get rid of the cold, and helps you recover your memory. The lady in palace dress is light-footed and pulls the girl in white to Tian.
"Thank you for saving my life."
The girl in white put her hands together and bowed to Tian, but a pair of beautiful eyes secretly took a look at Tian. After a simple thank you, accompanied by the maid, the girl left the hall and went back to her room to have a rest. When entering the room, he turned his head and looked at Tian, and gave him a smile.
Tian Wei is sitting, nodding slightly, which can be regarded as a response.
Seeing her daughter disappear at the door, the woman in imperial costume turns her head and looks at Tian. Xiaoyu not only treats her according to the task, but also expels the cold in excess, which solves her amnesia.
"I don't know what you want."
"Within my ability, I will try my best to satisfy you." Tian had already thought about his words, and then he said, "I'm on the road of cultivation, but I want to enter the country.
All I need is spiritual talents."
"Well, if you need any spiritual material, just open your mouth and take it as long as you have it in the Jade Slips list."
"If it's not on the list, I'll try my best to get it."
The woman in imperial costume agreed. It seems that the woman in the palace dress is very generous.
Tian doesn't know whether she is sincere or not. No matter what, Tian still goes on according to his plan.
He asks the woman in the palace dress for a blank jade slip, records it for 5 or 6 minutes, and then says, the spiritual materials in the list are too precious, and the younger generation can't use them at the moment, so they don't want to be loved. All the spiritual materials you need are recorded in the jade slips. Please have a look. If you think the younger generation wants too much, you can use Lingyu to buy more than that. With these words, he handed over the jade slips. The woman in the palace dress glanced at the jade slip and had finished reading all the contents. Then, with a flick of her hand, the jade slip flew to the old woman. Although Tian didn't ask for those rare spiritual materials, it doesn't mean that he didn't have a lion to open his mouth. Although the Dan materials recorded in the jade slips are not rare, they are of great quantity and variety, and their total value is immeasurable. Tian wrote all the spiritual materials needed to cultivate from the Seed-U realm to the Golden Elixir realm on it. If Tian had these spiritual materials, he would have enough assurance to gather Yuanying all the way to Yuanying realm. After reading the contents of the jade slips, the old woman took a deep look at Tian and began to communicate with the women in palace dress. While talking, the woman nodded, and occasionally returned to the old woman. Soon after the exchange, the woman in the palace dress turned to Tian and said, little female life is the most precious treasure in the world, which can't be replaced. Today, Xiaoyu saved her life and completely removed her hidden danger. It's not too much to repay her with anything. It's just that you can't get all the spiritual materials you need. You need to get them through various ways. Recently, the world of souls is about to open. When it closes, you can collect some. 2 months later, there will be a fair in Haithing City, and we can get something besides. I'll let people buy it everywhere for 2.5 months. Xiaoyu also knows that the number of monks in Guanhai realm, Longmen realm and Jindan realm is very large, and the consumption of spiritual materials is a huge number.
The number of Xiaoyu is not small. 2.5 months is the limit. If I can't make it up by then, I'm willing to make up for you with other treasures. How about that?
Seeing Tian's silence, the lady in imperial costume continued to explain.
Tian understood what the women in palace clothes said. After all, he also learned about the basic situation of Linkai in various cities these days, and he didn't expect to get these Linkai immediately. The reason why he didn't speak was that he was thinking about what the palace dress woman said about the world of souls. As Emperor Dan of the Square-Inch Spirit Realm, Tian must know something about the world of 10,000 spirits. It's a vast and magical space, which will be opened every other Jiazi. It has a huge space and rich aura. If you enter it, you have a great chance to find precious spiritual materials. If you are lucky enough, you may find the natural materials and local treasures against the heaven. However, in the process of entering the world of 10,000 spirits, the higher the realm of the monk, the more powerful he is under the suppression of the world of 10,000 spirits. As a great monk who has reached the realm of Jade, Tian has no chance to enter it. However, many of the spirit materials he used for alchemy came from the world of spirits. Unexpectedly, I had such a chance to catch up with the world of all souls, little friend. I don't know how good it is. Seeing that Tian didn't respond, the woman in imperial costume took a look at the old woman and asked again. Oh, 2.5 months. I'm sorry to trouble you, master.
Tian then came back to his senses and answered. The lady in imperial costume waved her hand gracefully and said with a smile, "You're welcome.
If there's nothing else, I'll wait here for 2.5 months. What's more, I have a heartless request.
My little girl's cultivation has been delayed for a year. She also needs some pills to speed up her cultivation. When the spiritual materials are ready, I have to trouble my little friend to refine a few furnaces of pills." Tian left his seat and said with a smile, "It's easy to talk about alchemy, but I still have some things to do at this time.
After 2.5 months, I will follow the arrangement of my predecessors."
After listening to Tian's words, the lady in imperial costume pondered, "Okay, I'll see you later.
Take these 2 things.
While speaking, he took out 2 talismans and handed them to Tian.
This is a talisman, which can resist the attack of the monk in Yuanying realm after being aroused. This is a message talisman. After being aroused, I will naturally know that you are in danger and will appear to help. The Square-Inch Spirit realm is very chaotic now. If the messenger is activated, I will bring you back here directly. You will not be allowed to leave unless it expires in 2.5 months. Use it carefully. If you are not in danger, you can activate this sign in 2.5 months, and I will send someone to pick you up. Tian took the 2 talismans and said thank you. Then the old woman took him away from here and went back to the main hall where he first saw the woman in imperial costume through the teleportation field. At this time, the old man with white hair and white beard is still waiting in the hall. When he sees Tian, he again uses a blind trick and leaves here with him. He was still riding on the 6th level giant eagle. He didn't know how far he had flown. Tiankai felt that his eyes were bright, and the blindfold was removed. Farewell here, young man. The old man with white hair and white beard sat beside Tian with his knees crossed and said, Thank you, master. Tian said thanks, released a common flying sword, stepped on it, left the back of the carving and fell down. With a clear cry, the giant eagle circled in the air and disappeared in a moment. Below is a continuous mountain range, can't see the edge at a glance. Tian falls to a mountain peak and sits down with his knees crossed. It seems that he is closing his eyes. In fact, he is paying attention to several pictures in his mind. Since landing, Tian has released 5 Liangxingkong, responsible for outside information. At this time, there were 5 pictures in his mind, 2 of which he was most concerned about. One is the sky above the city, with a panoramic view of many tall buildings and halls. Then the picture gradually shifts to the outside of the city gate. Tian looked at the 3 big words Ju City written on the gate, and was slightly distracted. This is the city where the old man with white hair and white beard brought himself in and then just left. Unexpectedly, it was Ju City. Tian has been to this city before, and he has worked with Ningyao to treat the patients here. This city is no stranger. Ju City is a big city in Fengsu and Lingyu, which is enough to rank in the top 20 of all cities, and its position is extremely special. Another scene he paid special attention to was the boundless mountains, towering and magnificent. It turned out to be Dangshanshan. After seeing the panorama of the mountain, Tian's face showed the color of meditation. After being sent out from the giant leaf city transmission field, it entered the foot of Dangshan Mountain. Because you can communicate with Liangxingkong with your mind, you can find Liangxingkong where you are, even if Tian doesn't know where he is. So, Liangxingkong followed his own mind to Dangshanshan. Dangshan Mountain is hundreds of miles away from Ju City. There is a small sect named Luyanzong on the mountain. Tian heard about it before. The reason why it is a small clan is that it is certain that the patriarch did not enter into the realm of God. At most, he is a monk in Yuanyingjing. If you can enter the realm of Huashan, you will be among the middle schools. It's kind of interesting. I'm afraid the people of Luyanzong didn't expect that there were underground palaces at the foot of Dangshan Mountain. Or, what is the connection between the two? At least, when he was Emperor Dan, Tian didn't know the existence of the palace dress woman, and he didn't know the secret of Dangshan Mountain. The only thing he could be sure of was that the white-haired old man or the lady in the palace dress did not know the existence of the heartworm. Tian did not call back Liangxingkong and let them stay near Ju City in Dangshan Mountain. The other 3 pictures are nothing strange, but they are the backhand reserved by Tian. After seeing them, Tian sends out a wisp of divine thoughts and lets a heartworm fly to the Valley of 10,000 Souls. This heartworm is the closest one to the valley, and the entrance to the world is in the valley. After that, Tian didn't spend too much time at the top of the mountain. He fell into the mountain and found a quiet and secret place to prepare for entering the Spirit Valley. Put several kinds of spirit insects in the Spirit Beast bag into the Spirit Beast ring. The Spirit Beast ring is worn on the wrist, and the sleeve covers the Spirit Beast ring below. Then he trembled and turned into a middle-aged monk with a yellow face. After checking, he found no loopholes. Then he flew to the direction of the Wuling Valley. 5 days later, outside the Valley of Souls. Thousands of monks have gathered in this magical valley in the vast mountains. The world of 10,000 spirits is opened every 60 years. Every time it is opened, it will become a grand event in the spirit realm. All the monks who have the ability to enter the world of 10,000 spirits want to have a look here. However, the most dangerous is the world of 10,000 spirits. Every time the world of 10,000 spirits opens, no matter how many monks enter, the number of people who can get out of the valley alive will not exceed 30%. Some monks died in all kinds of accidents in the world of souls, and some monks died in the plunder between each other. I don't know from which time the world of 10,000 spirits was opened, an unwritten rule was formed. In the world of 10,000 spirits, everyone depended on his ability. The strong would plunder, and the weak would only be oppressed. As long as you are strong enough, you can do whatever you want in it. In fact, this is not only true in the spirit world, but also everywhere in the square-inch spirit world. It's just that the spirit world is more undisguised and more fruity. Yi Tian's flying sword slowly landed on a mountain 5 or 6 miles away from the spirit valley. At this time, there were hundreds of monks on the mountain. Everyone's attention is focused on a huge cloud vortex in the valley. The vortex is tens of feet in size. The clouds surge and form a cyclone. This is the entrance to the world of souls. Yi Tian looked around, looking at the sea of people in the valley. His expression was extremely insipid. Dao Yu, how many days has Wanlinggu been open? After a while, Yi Tian takes a look at a middle-aged friar and asks. Today is the 2nd day, and thousands of monks have entered it. However, if we enter into such a state, we will die, even if we have a look. That monk is also a sea view cultivation, looked at Yi Tian, Light said. He also felt the realm of Yi Tian. Yi Tian nodded and said thanks. He didn't rush into the whirlpool, but was ready to wait and see for a while. At this time, in the huge cloud whirlpool, suddenly a dark shadow flashed, from which a person flew out and fell in front of the valley. It caused a commotion in the valley. This distance, with Yi Tian's naked eye, has been able to see the situation there. On the ground was a middle-aged monk with black beard. His clothes were ragged, his hair was in disorder, and his whole body was in pieces. He had become a corpse. This is the scattered cultivation of Jindan realm. He also wants to go in and try his luck. Unfortunately, he underestimates the crushing power of Wanling Valley. The higher the realm is, the greater the crushing power is. He can't bear it anymore. Now, he didn't get the chance, but fell here. Even one's own wealth has become another's. Just now the friar looked at the direction of the valley mouth and introduced to Yi Tian. At this time, someone has gone over and put away the monk's Shumi commandment. Yi Tian has a look at it. The old man who received Shumi commandment actually has the practice of transforming the divine realm. Looking at his face, he turned out to be one of the 3 evils of Lushan. Lushan's 3 evils are notorious in Fonsuan's spiritual realm. They not only have high accomplishments, but also have no bottom line. They can be said to do all kinds of evils. They can even do things that need to be done to rob the dead in public. There may be some people who want to do this, but others may have to be hypocritical, or they may have to take some face into consideration, but this Yuan is not even willing to cover up. Before, there was a monk in the Golden Elixir realm who tried to enter the world of 10,000 spirits, which was the same end. I don't know how. This time, the world of 10,000 spirits opened, and the pressure on the monks in the high realm was extraordinary. The middle-aged monk sighed. You mean you really don't want to go in? Yi Tian asked with a smile. Haha, I don't even want to think about it. I don't think about anything else. Most of the people who went in before were the elders of Longmen, and they didn't go in alone. It's about the clan, family, or alliance. Dozens of people, even hundreds of people, join hands to enter. Any one of them will be destroyed. It's also the sorrow of Sanshio. The man sighed and looked helpless. Do you know what forces are going in? Yi Tian continues to ask away, saying words, handed that friar a work properly jade. Haha, it's easy to say. You're welcome. The friar happily took over Lingyu, much more enthusiastic than just now. Those who went in before were some big forces, such as Qianqinwo, Shenjianzong, Song family of Yuangshan, Dangxiafuti, Dongs Hengsu, Qingyuan Dongtian. The friar said more than 10 forces in a row, and Yi Tian's 8 enemies in Fankin Futi were all in it. This time, the world of 10,000 spirits will be very lively.
Maybe Taoist friends also know that the alliance of Dongjin Market, Sanling Mountain and Guangtian Temple has already become enemies with Dansha Fudi, while Lingshu Fudi and Qingyuan Dongtian join hands to fight with Hualing Valley.
Qianqinwo and Shenjianzong have a deep feud. They are now entering the world of souls together. I'm afraid there will be a big war in it. It's not known who will win. Don't you see that?
There are also many powerful men of those forces, and even the predecessors of the cultivation of the divine realm are not lack of people.
The friar continued to introduce. Yi Tian nodded, indicating more dignified.
The friar then said, besides, there is a month when the Valley of Souls is opened. In this month, it can't be sent out without permission, unless the Valley of Souls is opened and sent out by itself. This also breaks the idea of some friars who are lucky.
They want to make a lot of money in it, and then go out ahead of time. This idea is not feasible.
In more than a month, any force will be doomed. Yi Tian nodded gently, said no more, and continued to look at the huge fog vortex.
At this time, another group of friars entered the whirlpool. The number of them was about 60 or 70.
They were all in the same cultivation of longmen.
This force is very unusual. Some of the other forces are followed by some monks who watch the sea. These people are very strong.
The monk also saw this scene, immediately made a voice with emotion. It is estimated that this time there will never be a solo San Xiuan.
Yi Tian is non-committal.
At this time, his eyes fall on an old woman with several deep wrinkles on her face. She is standing at the mouth of the valley talking with a nun in white. After a few words, the nun in white flashed into the fog and followed dozens of figures who had gone in before.
She's here, too?
Just a few days after the separation, Yi Tian naturally recognized that this man was the old woman who was with the women in imperial costume. It was obvious that she was the leader of the tens of people who had just entered.
Dao Yu, do you know who just entered the world of all souls? Yi Tian asked. I really don't know.
They are very strange. There are some hidden forces in our spiritual realm that are too mysterious to speculate. The friar returned with a puzzled look on his face.
Okay, thank you very much, Dao Yu.
Yi Tian Dao thanks and drives his flying sword to the mouth of the valley.
Well, that man is alone. Is he a casual monk?
Do you also want to enter the world of spirits? Most of the other monks came from the imperial air, but they usually landed in the valley. Only Yi Tian flies straight to the fog vortex. This action immediately caused a sound of discussion. It's supposed to be a casual practitioner who doesn't know what to do.
If you have a companion, you can enter with them.
After all, they are more likely to be sent to one place. Although the courage is commendable, but in the stupid another responded. People die for money, birds die for food, just like the former monk in the golden elixir realm.
He didn't believe in evil. As a result, he didn't even get into the world of spirits, so he died. What a pity.
However, once that person succeeds, he will be the best in the world of all souls, and his income will be extremely rich. However, this monk of the sea view is 10 dead and has no life. There was a burst of emotion next to him. Yi Tianxi ignored those comments, came to the cloud before the vortex, take off the sword, straight into it. At the beginning, it was okay, and there was no special feeling, but after a few breaths, he suddenly felt a huge suction swept by, and the crushing force in the vortex suddenly broke out. It seems that the pressure is even greater than that of entering the square-inch spiritual realm from the small world of Qingmingzong. Such a measure, Yi Tian immediately inspired a Vajra amulet, will protect the body in it. The fierce rolling force soon made cracks appear on the shield made of the golden light talisman, and Yi Tian quickly condensed a series of soil beetles. Click, a crisp sound, suddenly a huge force of rolling hit, shield into two, broken.
Is the golden light talisman so fragile? This is not scientific.
According to the rolling force in the fog whirlpool, Yi Tian judged that he could support for another period of time, but this is not the case. All of a sudden, there was a flash in his mind, and he probably figured out the reason. It's very likely that things like shielding here don't work. If they don't, those Yuan babies and monks who transform the divine realm can enter the world of all souls by virtue of talismans and magic weapons. It's very likely that the protection of these external forces will be crushed by the vortex at the fastest speed. Thinking about this, Tian felt a pang in his heart.
It's a pity that he got a diamond rune. However, the crushing force in the whirlpool is still going on.
His congealed armor was broken layer by layer. After being broken 8 layers of earth armor in succession, Tian does not hesitate to spend his mana to continue to gather. However, the 9th layer of soil armor has just been crushed. Tian suddenly feels light, and the scenery suddenly changes. He no longer has the chaotic gray in his eyes, but finds himself in a wilderness.
It turns out that although the crushing force is terrifying, the time is not as long as that of Xiaoshiandi Field. Tian takes a look around and removes the last layer of soil armor from his body. There is no one but myself here. Looking far away, there are vast mountains. Behind them is a desolate wilderness, with grass spreading everywhere and trees uneven. The sky is dull gray, stretching to the end of the line of sight. To his surprise, the aura here is really rich, even 3 to 5 times thicker than the outside world. In such an environment, many talents should be born. However, when he released his mind for observation, he was shocked to find that the mind was suppressed so much that it could only cover tens of meters around, which was not as far as the naked eye could see. Think about it. If the divine thoughts were not suppressed, I'm afraid the spiritual talents of this world would have been illuminated. How could they wait for him to come now? So thinking, Tian did not start immediately, but successively released 8 Liangxingkong, flying in 8 directions.
After observing the picture in his mind, he released an ordinary flying sword and flew to the mountains in the distance. Suddenly, there are 4 figures on the other side of the mountain in Tian's sight. Tian doesn't want to conflict with anyone at this time, so he turns a direction to avoid the 4 people. It seems that the other side has no intention to conflict with Tian, but just pays a little attention to Tian, and then leaves.
Tian Lu ponders and controls the flying sword to fall on the wilderness.
The flying target in the sky is too big, and there is nothing to cover his body, so it is easy to be found. The left and right are looking for spiritual materials, which always fall to the ground. As soon as he stepped on the grass on the ground, Tian immediately released 2 third-order shadowless snakes in the spirit beast ring, just in case. There are many crises in the world of souls, so we have to make some precautions. The ground is full of clumps of weeds and various plants. Although Tian is very familiar with Linkai, it needs a little careful observation to find Linkai. After walking more than a mile, Tian's eyes suddenly brightened.
In the grass not far away, he found a wood rhinoceros. This kind of spirit material has strong regeneration ability, and is the main spirit material for refining healing pills. Look at the year. There should be 80 years. Good.
Tian carefully dug out the wooden rhinoceros from the ground, put it in a jade box and put it into Shumi ring.
The spirit world is really good.
It's so easy to find the spirit material, which makes Tian very satisfied.
Really, from the good luck just now, until he entered the mountain, he never found any spirit material. Although it has been a month since the opening of the world of souls, it is not easy to say how much can be gained at this speed. The rest of the forces came in by dozens or hundreds of people, with a large number of people and a wide coverage. The results are certainly much better than those of themselves. What's more, the world of 10,000 spirits is opened every 60 years. Many people must know that they didn't pay much attention to the origin of the world of 10,000 spirits at first, but they have become a short board now. Thinking about this, Tian came to a valley, took out the time and space tower, and called out Zhu Qing.